Hello. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Part 12, I think? Last time we learned about why the world ended and is ending again. Oh. Yeah, you have... I don't think you mentioned that you read ahead, but there was a lot of stuff happening yesterday, yes. As I said, we learned why the world ended and is ending again. We learned Whomst is ending it. The funny rabbits have landed from the moon. And now we need to give the Charlians boost power? You know. So a lot happened yesterday. And today is a slightly less everything happening part of the game. Apparently, from what I know, which is not much. Sucro is taking a nap. Hello, Sucro. I'm sure that this is probably normal and fine. Surely, traveling through time and interacting with the past hasn't caused any lingering effects of any sort. Well, I guess there... Wait a minute. I didn't realize just how the sword animates almost makes it look reasonable when you're standing up from sitting down. Anyway, yeah. I guess we have to go talk about rockets. God, you're right. That is funny. That has to be on purpose, right? Oh, okay. It makes sense that this is not selling. I'm not even going to check if these have any value, because they probably don't. That's how you know I'm a rebel against the in-game economy. Whoops. That was the wrong one. So many coffers. So, yeah. I guess there's nothing to do but to keep going. Also, I am currently level 82 warrior and 73 machinist, which I've been leveling up a little bit. I did some roulettes as I was trying to say somewhere between warrior and machinist, and it didn't work out. I did some roulettes like yesterday after the stream. In my leveling roulette, I rolled a Realm Reborn dungeon where I didn't have any of the tools that make warrior invincible. So I wiped twice, and it destroyed all of my confidence in my tanking again, because that happens as soon as I make one mistake. And then I did a little bit better in like a level 50, 60, 70, 80 roulette, where I had more options. I was like, okay, maybe. And then I did a normal raid roulette and rolled an Eden fight that I didn't remember the mechanics of and died from falling off the cliff, and then my confidence was destroyed again. But for now, I'm still a paladin. For whatever that's worth. I was weighing the pros and cons of what is the best job to play as when you have anxiety and your confidence dies when you make one mistake. When you're a tank, it's harder to die, but your death is more of a problem for everyone else. This is what I thought anyway. When you're like a ranged DPS, it is easier to die because you take more damage, but your death is relatively less important in some ways. And when you're a healer, you die easily and you're important, so that one's the scariest one. In conclusion, I don't really know what job I should be playing as, but I guess I'll be a paladin for now. Sorry to begin the stream by being depressed immediately. Let's see. I think I talked to everybody here already, so we just need to talk to Fortuno and continue. As instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? There was a large chunk of Labyrinthos that we haven't explored yet. Oh right, the town music in here is the anti-tower music. I might be an alright paladin. I'm probably okay at warrior too, but I don't know. I would just like to find the way to avoid the most negative feelings, whatever that may be. Some would surely object to the forum allowing foreign elements to have the run of their secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. It has been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. That we have been granted permission to enter the lower levels is proof of our increased standing. Would that they'd been willing to confide in us sooner. 3D triangles, wow. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what is, or go outside if that's what you prefer. Touch grass, says Estinian, angrily. We had the same conclusion. Among the many and varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archeon. The moon in sentences is still funny. Mayhap the forum believes such records would provide insight into the intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, the Loporrits did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. Where once we were refused entry, we are now welcomed as guests. I think my butterflies are harassing Alpha Nono. It seems so long ago we first set foot here. Do they intend to carry everything in the Archeon to the moon? They said they'd started loading scientific records and biological samples, but do they really need all of it? Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophaline take you to the medial circuit. Weren't you mad about us earlier? In accordance with Exodus Protocol, access to the Archeon and its related services has been suspended indefinitely. Your cooperation and understanding is appreciated. You didn't get the update, I guess. You wish to use the lift, yes? I do. I guess gleaners were allowed to go down here before. Incident files, seeds of chaos, let it grow. Home crawling. I mean, we've been to, I think we've been to this specific part yet, but we haven't been down here yet, is the thing. So, we didn't use the lift before. I'm well aware that there are more important things than research right now, but I feel it's paramount I carry on as normal. Understandable. I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Muriel Argonomics. Thinking. Actually, there's something I have been meaning to... Shake head. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. I wonder if Hoshino secretly wants to thank Sucro for looking out for his kids. That seems like the sort of thing he would want to say to Sucro when Sucro was by herself, and then second guess himself on, because he's the grumpiest man. Do you think that the Charlian Forum has some sort of equivalent of a yearbook with like superlatives in it? Where Fortuno is labeled as like grumpiest man. There exist yearbooks for things other than high schools, right? Probably. Distracted Archivist. That looks like it'll be entertaining in the future. Funny troll quest. In the theoretical, like, I guess it wouldn't be like a yearbook, but like index of Prime Stick in the Mud, yeah. He would be proud of that. Maybe not a yearbook, but they'd probably have some sort of like meet the forum members type website if the internet existed. Portiono's the only one who's not smiling for his picture. No, that's not true. There's probably a couple other people who aren't smiling. Oh, it's one of the scholar mammoths. Those funny little friends. I guess I didn't... Probably haven't been in this room before. After all that waiting, the Gleaner delivered a counterfeit. I'm hoping to have them refund me and find the genuine article, but I worry that time is fast running out. My colleague is meant to help me transport some equipment, but he's still nowhere to be seen. Honestly, is he going to make me wait until the world ends? Yes. Probably. Yeah, Monteshane is doing something funny. There exists a photo somewhere of Monteshane like behind Fortuno doing like the V sign on his head to make it look like rabbit ears, and Fortuno somehow looks even grumpier than normal, despite having the same default expression. Oh, there you are, having words with Master Fortuno by any chance? I wonder what this place is actually for. The further underground we go, the more surprises we find. Knowing the forum, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. On our journey here, I was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why, it near brought a tear to mine eye. Thank you, Urianger. We must be close to the central circuit, which is where Charlene's greatest secrets are held. The tomes I perused told the whole story. The fields we passed along the way brought back memories of Ferndale. Unfortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. Ferndale? I don't think I know where that is. I would assume it's somewhere in Kurthus. Right, I have to actually speak to Alpha now. Wait. These two are discussing temperature and humidity. I didn't catch the first text box fully. Istinian has once again found a way to position himself with his back to a pillar or wall of some kind, even here. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they're able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. I feel like that's 100% true about Istinian. Yeah, that's what my guess was. I just don't know where it's located. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Oh, it got obliterated by Nidhogg, so it's located nowhere. Okay. My father brought me here as a child. Gasp. What? And left me behind? Shake head. Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It's all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperites in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. Hello and welcome. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Okay, so you do know to some degree that all the planets were destroyed and barren and whatnot. Or you're assuming that that's likely? So, okay, to your credit, you are planning for terraforming and not finding a habitable world. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. Alas, time is not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have not been made public, access remains highly restricted. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Blink. Then let us proceed. Yeah. Right, I forgot about the Labyrinthos music being good. I really liked it. By decree of the Forum, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. Neat. This is yet another place where it would be funny to see other players running around because nobody's supposed to be here. We might finally have the chance to commune directly with Heidelin, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Charlene's finest engineers have failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. The sooner we can get a look at this ether burner of theirs, the sooner we can start working out how to improve it. This is it, the Central Circuit. Please tell me we're almost there, or is there another underground level we have to reach? The even more Central Circuit, perhaps? The farther down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes, artificial though it is. Would that the heavens elsewhere could be so idyllic. Yeah. I imagine the secrets kept here would be of great benefit to mine own research, but I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. The temperate environment here is not unlike that of Bestway's burrow, though the diverse vegetation doth produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed, for I have grown weary of the scent of carrots. Second Urianger incidental dialogue in a row that's just like, I am tired of carrots. Good God, I am tired of them. Good gods, good the 12. I have no idea what makes Alphino so confident we can solve this problem of theirs. Relentless optimism, I presume, a not unwelcome trait in new youth, but less so in a gambler. Aye, let us resolve never to let him set foot in the gold saucer. Estinian knows what the gold saucer is. And also knows not... God, Alphino and the gold saucer would be very funny. Yeah, Urianger and Estinian have great dialogue right now. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Or Kokol Dankol, master of dank memes and engines. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. If Kokol Dankol dabs, I will pronounce it Kokol Dankol instead. Right, I don't have flight anywhere. Once again, I forget this. What sort of fates do we have going on here? The frailty of life? Wow, great. And somebody is moisturizing. Something about running into the frailty of life, like, right after everything we learned about last time. There's a chocobo keep here, even though no one's allowed to go here? Well, okay. That's fine, I guess. This is sort of like a mini Charlian, I guess, because it is the Charlian hamlet after all. Employees only chocobo, but they have an elevator. Where am I supposed to be going again? Oh, wait. Oh, okay, I see. It took me way too long to notice where the main quest icon was. Anyway, let's run around and talk to people here instead. Master Fortuno is head of the Oporia, and it is for his beliefs I continue to labor so. Ah, yes, I remember you. You're with the students of Baldessian, are you not? How can I help you? Yelling from below. What do you do here? Who, me? Why, I'm a researcher at Aporia. The hamlet is where I hang my hat, so to speak. So to speak, because I can't wear 90% of all hats that exist, seeing as how I am a Vieira. It's very funny that they made a Vieira say, hang my hat, so to speak. It has been my home since I joined in on the construction of the Ark many moons ago. I've only seen the true sun a handful of times in the past few years, if you can believe that. What kind of place is this? This is a Charlene hamlet, home to those who work in the Central Circuit. A great many of us, if not all of us, are engaged in projects of a highly classified nature. In order to maintain that level of secrecy, none here are allowed to leave Labyrinthos, unless you permission to do so. It has been goodness knows how many years since I last left myself. Considering the importance of my work, however, I am perfectly content right where I am. Just between the two of us, though, I do miss the ocean, just a little. They should make an artificial ocean, then. Hello. Careful walking through this area, outsider. The Scatine are ever watchful of the goings-on here. One wrong move and it could mean your eyes. Ah, I jest. Oh dear, did you believe me? Whenever I see a Seeker of the Sun NPC, I think, that's a cat. But also I think, I wonder how common each, like, tribe of them is. Like, how many A tribe Seekers of the Sun have we seen? Hello, Frog. Hello to Porogo. I mean, there's a Blethwizza, but I don't think she's... I think she's probably a space creature instead. I wonder how a rabbit got in here, and why anyone would put a hat on it. Or, why would anyone put a hat on it? Wait, what are you talking about? What? Rabbit hat? What do you mean? Unless you mean that Vieira dialogue I just saw. Or... what do you think about that? Huh? I should level up Ninja more. Ninja's fun. Six A tribe. Man. Yeah. That wasn't the... I don't think that's one of the, what are these called again? 10 Chi Jin. Okay, so it was 10, 10, 10. Actually, but, you know. I am cogitating great thoughts at the moment, or cogitating, one of those. Please do not interrupt me. Poke, poke. There's no end to the work we're required to do for the Exodus. Even so, we must remember to rest as I am now. These are not the sort of tasks you can perform while half asleep. It's weird having dungeon music in a town. Speaking of seeing other players around in places that maybe they shouldn't be. Someone is having fun with platforming. I didn't speak to you, I don't think. Don't think about those wretched tomatoes. No, you're doing it again! Stop! What? Forgive me. I was speaking to myself. Pay me no mind. Several of the people here are saying things that concern me because they lack context. I can only assume they have something to do with fates that are about. Without the ether burner working to the required capacity, we will be forced to make some very difficult decision. decisions. Wasted 14? What does that mean? Oh, there's another. Oh yeah, we heard about Aporia. But there is a deeper level. Alize unknowingly was correct about the even more central circuit existing. That's funny. Music is making me think of Ludibrium Maple story again. Chaos is ongoing in this direction. Living crystal. Good thing that the chaos is going to disregard me because of my high level. Ah, Kokol's Forge. I think that sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard that place name. Just checking to make sure everything is of an acceptable quality. I make a point of rejecting anything that doesn't meet my standards on the spot. Oh yeah, I think it is a place in 4. No, if we do that, there's a chance the mechanism won't function at all. We'd best rethink the design from scratch. That sounds correct, yeah. I think there are probably some doors I could have gone in. Hammer! Seeing that reminds me, there should be more weapons in general that are not of the exact sort that you're described as having. Like, Paladin here, Sword and Shield. There's like 5 Paladin swords that aren't swords, maybe. There's a pickaxe, there's a war pick, and there's a number of macahuitls. I don't remember how many. Oh, a W-cat. Are my eyes to be believed? Sucro Funk in the flesh? Why, I've read all about you in the memoirs of Count Edmond du Fortams. But never did I dream this day would come. Someone pinch me. I'll go back to counting this box now. I can't pinch you, but I can poke you. Hey, if they revealed that the caster was like a green mage or something, I'd be pretty hype about that. I've always liked green mage a weird amount. I don't know why. It would be weird though too, because they're more of a support type. I just think green mage is neat and it only exists once.
Aha. According to Zodi's research, and not counting A due to already being said, and not counting any nameless NPCs who are of that tribe, here is the demographics for the Sunseeker tribes: B0, C4, D3, E6, F7, G6, H8, I1, J17, K4, L3, M13, N5, O7, P5, Q8, R10, S5, T6, U18, V4, W5, X3, Y7, Z3.
There's no B? Yeah, that like sunk every battleship at the same time. That's fascinating that there's no B tribe NPCs. Did you include Sucro in the count of 5, or the count of 5 for S? Probably not, because you're counting NPCs. But I wanted to be obnoxious and ask that. How dare you not include Sucro? Look, you made her sad. No, it's fine, actually. This is the man we seek. Do try not to startle him. Perhaps you'd like to break the ice? I don't know why I read that like that. Perhaps you'd like to break the ice? He looks lost in thought, although it seems he's hit something of a stumbling block. Is he talking to himself? For a closely guarded secret, you can see practically everything from outside, even with the magical barrier surrounding it. Surely the Forum hath already petitioned the aid of the Loporits, given their familiarity with such technologies. I was expecting the Sky Steel Manufactory, but instead I find the village smithy. While many of the facilities within the central circuit seem to be visible from the upper levels, the more secretive work must be carried out behind closed doors. He hasn't even realized we're here, or perhaps he has realized, but just doesn't care. Hi. Ah, it's comedy time.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
I like this guy immediately.
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse.
Wait, what do you mean he's big into memes? Oh, because he's just meme-worthy? He's a meme generator type of person, perhaps.
Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
What does that mean?
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
Probably.
But it ain't perfect.
He's immediately crying.
According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
I'm still guessing that Dynamis is going to be involved in the solution.
A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Yeah, Fortuno just wants us out of here as soon as possible.
Hast thou consulted with the Loporits?
Not.
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
God. I think maybe one of the best parts about the Loporits descending to Aetherius is that they can serve as a counter or foil to Fortuno. I don't know if a foil is the right term in this particular situation, but having Fortuno have to interact with the Loporits directly is very funny. Even if it doesn't happen too much. It's happening now. I most certainly will never say teeny tiny toy, but I wish he did a elaborate impression for that quote. That would have been the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life today.
Yes, exactly. Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology. You're trying to drive me mad.
You did have to bring adamantite to Kokol's Forge to make the Excalibur, I believe.
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Well, Graha knows everything,
Only in the most
Allegan.
general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Okay, so maybe it's not Dynamis. Maybe it's another Final Fantasy IV reference instead.
Oi, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ins like blowing up a dam and watching the river of Aether come rushing through.
Yeah.
Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the Aether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Don't worry, we just have to go into the meteor and then fight Adamantoise, and then we'll get some. We can
Surely
install it in the
many shards of
airship.
Dalamud scattered
Wait, no,
throughout
that's
Eorzea
5.
would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need.
There's gotta be some way we have access to this with our special information and access to stuff and whatnot.
And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Oh, we can also blow things up. I mean, stop things from blowing people up. We're good at that.
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
The cream.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Probably. You want me to go and fetch the what's-its? The White Raven's ghost. It haunts me. This sounds like a job for someone else. Oh no. Suddenly wrestlers appear as the new melee job. The sword was a decoy. Anyway, you want me to go and grab all that stuff? I can do that.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
Alize, people give me dull tasks all the dang time. I don't really mind.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously...
The specific pronunciation of simultaneously as simultaneously, while valid, is funny to me due to ancient videos on the internet. Which I've brought up before, I feel like.
Is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
Toss. Catch.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
No, Alphino, that was a while ago. This is Endwalker.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
And yeah, the firewood, that's true. I forget who this link shell was connected to.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
Everybody. Probably.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Wood expedition myself.
Alphino goes to the Discord call with everybody in it and just presses call everybody. Alphino really typing at everyone in the chat.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Nod, by the way.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a soul snipe pack with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
You got any sacred relics I could have? Just
I
casually.
gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
Is this going to involve the Dotharl bringing one of the giant face enemies that they use to channel limit breaks into, or whatever? That'd be funny.
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship.
I say Dotharl because I suddenly forgot the name of the leader of the Dotharl somehow, even though she's fairly important and prominent.
I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over
Seydu,
disasters
that's it.
foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer.
Seydu shows up and drops one of the giant, like, face monoliths. Would be pretty funny.
I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way.
Seydu probably would do something like that, I guess, yeah.
Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Nod. Determined. Nod. Fist bump of some sort. Various celebratory gestures. Borshino. Being grumpy. And leaving. Appreciate y'all doing this, but I ain't get me hopes up just yet. That'll be a fun voice to read text boxes in. There are no oaths or contracts binding the members of the Ilsabard contingent, and in many ways it was even more loosely organized than the Crystal Braves. Nevertheless, I knew none would refuse the call to arms. Truly, we've been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. Time and time again, it seems that Allagan's something or other are either the cause of or the solution to our problems. To think the selfsame materials that once launched Dalamud will now be used to help ferry mankind to the moon. There's a poetry in that. I'm confident that even the deadliest of Allagan defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have as many accomplishments to their names as a certain warrior of light. Wait. What will? The Allagans or our allies? Considering how much of a fuss he made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just firewood. You weren't kidding. It really was literally just... God, you miss so much in this game if you don't talk to all the optional, like... If you just beeline to the quest objective, you miss a lot of funny dialogue a lot of the time. Funny or very interesting dialogue is what I'm learning. As the Telophoroi, now the final days. No one can accuse the Ilsabard contingent of backing down from a challenge. Of course, they weren't also committed to the cause when we first set out. But after seeing the example set by you, Alphino, and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. Though Bahamut is long gone, the intermittent hulks are far from safe. Could be much worse, of course. They won't have to fight their way past Mercidian dragons, nor is there any danger the Elder Primal might be summoned again. Even so, I dare say there are still a few Allagan's creations and contraptions remaining to bar our friend's way. I only hope that Grandfather watches over them. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the 7th Umbral Calamity would become the keys to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that Master Louis Soir watcheth over us from the ethereal sea. Thinking about how, like, if the ethereal sea is actually like an afterlife that people actually exist in any capacity, that would mean that characters like Louis Soir and Emmett Selk are interacting with each other potentially. I can only imagine that. I can only imagine Louis Soir like making fun of Emmett Selk somehow. And I don't know what that would look like, but it's funny to think about. Times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino's become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single Link Pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? Giggling. That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Kryle's secret. I don't know who that could be. Meanwhile, in Uldar... Hey, I don't think Louis Soir would be the only sundered being capable of that.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make.
Yeah, that was basically outlined.
Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must.
I guess a lot of the haughtier ancients would probably consider Louis Soir to be one of the only ones to match them. Like, I talked about how it was interesting when we were in the past how the ancients were basically just people, but with like more magical power. I don't think they're smarter than modern people are. I think they're just people, but they have some extra, they have like extra and or different magic. I think I also just strongly dislike the idea of we are unavoidably worse than people used to be. And a lot of the game seems to be about proving that to be incorrect. But they probably believe they're smarter. Anyway.
Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials.
By the way, Coil of Bahamut music is happening. Also, I don't even really like the part where they're like basically stronger than modern people, even though in some ways they're not. There's something about it that kind of bothers me, but that's just how the lore is. I don't know.
Fear, guys. We have need of your stone torches.
I don't know how to words better about
They are to
that.
assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
Yeah, they just have more ether, but we have other stuff. So like they're not actually in some ways.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
I don't remember what the stone torches even are, but okay. Nod.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way.
I guess Sucro, or the Warrior of Light in general alone, probably proves that the ancients aren't definitively stronger than people are now. Nod.
Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allegan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
I know you don't have any kindness in your heart, Lolorito, so just do whatever the heck you want.
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Everyone salutes but Lolorito, who doesn't do anything, which I guess is fair. Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud, guess we're gonna get a scene of everywhere. Makes sense. This is a good use of the coil music. Group nod. I think there was at least one Duskwhite Elizin in this cutscene. And there's at least one Keeper of the Moon in this cutscene, briefly.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses.
That's kind of a funny problem to have.
Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Oh. People are here to help.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Other coil music.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk.
We're here to punch stuff.
So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Are our deficiencies so plain to see?
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud.
True.
I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
Nod. Also, this means we don't have to do as many individual cutaway cutscenes to other places because we're here too. Instead of in Garabanya.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Papalimo mentioned. Woo. Meanwhile, in Kurthus. Amanelane is here. Hey, that's Harshafon's grave. I recognize that.
There you are. We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
You didn't think it was just gonna be Papalimo, did you? I mean, I didn't know, but... Hey, respects.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Yeah? Dragons be yelling. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea... Well, even you are even here. I guess that makes sense.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
I guess this does make sense with your connections to the East Aldenard Trading Company, Lolorito being involved, and us seeking relics and whatnot.
Is that?
Oh, hey.
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Soraban, too. It's been a while.
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Oh. And even you. That's fun. I wonder if that scene is different if you... Oh, okay, we're suddenly here now. Oh. Now this song is here. I wonder if that scene is different if, you haven't done the Four Lords. Really? Interesting. The Bahamut is long gone. Okay, you're saying the same thing. I wish I could remember the name of this song. Torn from the Heavens is the name of this motif, I believe. I think. Well, it seems like everyone's saying the same stuff. So, Alphino. Now our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics. Most or all of the relevant side quests. The only like side quest chains stuff that I haven't done is anything in Endwalker and Nier. And if Nier was relevant, I would be confused. Though our friends are searching for refined adamant, unless there's like non-major stuff that could show up there. I don't know. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they've arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ah, you've already done more than enough. I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allegan technology. You there, lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Leave it to me, says Graha. Ah, If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Determined. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you have a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlene Hamlet's lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Ha! That lot need all the help they can get. Nod. Well then, off we go. So I've been wondering what the last map that we haven't been to is yet. Seeing as how there is, you know, question marks. I think I'm starting to have ideas about where this might be. One of the many speculations I threw out there was that it was somewhere on the edge of the universe. And I didn't really fully believe that at the time. But I think we probably are going there, because I also remembered that the Final Fantasy IV Moon Overworld music exists on the soundtrack, as I discovered recently-ish and mentioned that I had found by accident. So I think there's some sort of like barren planet type place that we might run into eventually. Just throwing that out there. I shall endeavor to provide Master Kokol with whatever information he should require. I'll admit, without refined adamantite, I ain't got a bloody clue how else I could get the ether burner performing any better. If you lot don't come up with the goods, we're buggered. Well, no pressure or anything. Right, I can't fly. Also, it would be very appropriate for a place where that music shows up to be at like the end of Endwalker, because of course it would be, even though we went to the moon early. There could be like another moon, as the song is called, I think, sometimes. Or some sort of moon-like place which would have a similar enough atmosphere for it to fit. I really like that song, by the way. There's something about it. It's just very, well, otherworldly, I guess. We'll get there. Probably not today. Unless I stream for 1 million hours, which I might. Who knows? Anything can happen in this world. In order to protect the secrets of the Central Circuit, the researchers must navigate a bewildering maze of paperwork before they're permitted to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different than any other aspect of Charlean society. We do love our bureaucracy. It's very much a mirror of the city above, which is perhaps how it came to be called the Charlean Hamlet. Imagine if the final caster class is actually nothing that's apparently been hinted at and is instead the Charlean bureaucrat. And you cast like bureaucracy magic. Paperwork damage over time. What a quaint little settlement this is. Shame it's hidden underground. Judge would be interesting too, because like that has a lot of other meanings in Final Fantasy. I don't mind a bit of heavy lifting, but I draw the line at paperwork. So much as wave a sheaf of documents at me and I'll put my lance through it. Before I was halfway through this text box, I was imagining Estinian trying to sign documents with like his spear dipped in ink, but so like either way he would be stabbing the paper. As surprised as I was to learn the Forum planned to send everyone to the moon, I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. And yeah, Estinian's writing here is really good. Do my senses deceive me? In the shadow of yon corner? One can but hope this leadeth not to mischievous undertakings. Shadow of what corner? Uh-oh. Look, I have to investigate ahead at that line. What is Urianger detected? I'm going to guess it's a Loporrit, because of course it would be. Perhaps Puddingway. That sounds pretty good, yeah. What I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Skalak Monteshane mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Nod. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. I think the music needs to, like, relax a little bit. Especially because this is actually a rather short loop. I'm not sure. Puddingway did show up in the last episode, or last stream. This track plays uninterrupted for almost this entire arc. Oh no. The relay, yeah. Oh, this is actually... Wait. This is a separate troll-related problem that is not the main quest. Oh, these are some of the people we spoke to earlier. Helping with the Ark, even with all the power Master Kokel's managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough apparently. Now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan and all will be well. Why do I feel like I've heard believe in the plan and all will be well exactly before? Offering to help? That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly a list of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much rather prefer something small and fluffy like that behatted rabbit that ran by. Oh, that's why you were talking about a rabbit with a hat, because Loperids, of course. Silly me, forgetting that Loperids, for some reason. Behatted is a good word. They should allow Vieira to be behatted more than they are currently. And also they should make a behatted Mikote not lose her ears all the dang time, pout, grumble. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? I'm a cat. Working on the ether burner? Oh dear, I heard things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out, it's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as is, what with people deciding who gets to board the Ark and win. Lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. They even have time to sleep. It's a race against time to prepare for the Great Exodus, but with everyone in such a rush, we're bound to make mistakes. I've forgotten to speak to people twice again. Search for the behatted rabbit, it says. Come to think of it, rabbits don't normally wear hats, do they? Or run on their back paws? Huh, perhaps it was an escaped sample. I mostly wanted to speak to you again, to learn more about Rabbit. Aha! Is many of Rabbit. It would appear the Loperids have infiltrated Charlian's most heavily guarded facility. How, I know not. Ryanje framing this as them infiltrating is funny. What a joy to sample the delights of Aetheris. I don't remember the voices. How marvelous it is to see you again. This is not the Loporrit voice, but it is now. You'll be pleased to hear I've learned much since our fascinating discussion at the Curatorium. It's all thanks to Urianger, you see. He's taught me about the finer points of cooking, which, despite my name, I knew very little about. So many dishes, so many hard-to-pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping he'd show me how to bake an Archon loaf. They're quite popular, I hear, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. Still, if that's the sort of thing your kind enjoys, I shall make enough to last the whole journey. Oh no. Crikey! I wasn't expecting to see you here, Sucro. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to say goodbye, and for having those other Loporrits attack you. Terrible misunderstanding that. Not to worry, though, as all have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administered. They bear you no ill will. Well, perhaps a little, on account of the savagery, but time heals all wounds. Most, anyway. Where's Puddingway? Fancy meeting you here, Sucro. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though now we find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. Rabbit gesturing. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? If you're too busy to show us the sights, we'll find other ways to keep ourselves amused, don't you worry. That sounds dangerous. Where's Puddingly? Try as he might, Urianger cannot free himself of the Loporrits. A tour of Labyrinthos? An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, 'twould be in our best interest to have the Loporrits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Ah, yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Sucro. I was really hoping it would be like Urianger and 50 million Loporrits are now following you. I'm imagining a situation like that part early in Final Fantasy VI where you control like 12 Moogles, except you're controlling Loporrits doing something now. This is all very intriguing, I'm sure, but where are the food preparation stations? The, what was your word for it? Kitchens? That reminds me, Puddingway, our newly appointed chief of pudding research, a discipline he himself founded after sampling Urianger's delights, has gone in search of Aetheris' ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it's a pudding, as that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him? Thank you for telling me where Puddingway is. You're singing that slower than normal. Considering Singing Way and Growing Way's specialties, I expect them to pay full attention to your explanations, which I'm sure will be most informative. Oh dear. My word, what magnificent architecture! Such immaculate curvature! I shall have to make several adjustments to my work if I'm to match this degree of craftsmanship. I shall leave no corner unrounded. The Loporrits' technical expertise doth far outstrip our own. We would be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions as to the function of the various apparatus, rather than offer uninformed suppositions of our own. Unless that is, unbeknownst to me, thou art possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning the construction and operation of advanced Charlian, what's-its? Maybe in my backstory, but not in reality. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features? Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Point at the interesting parts. Mushroom-like thing. Metallic tube. Wait. Well, this is the most interesting thing to me. You spot an ambystoma, an especially lively one at that. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world somehow. Thanks. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be purifying water drawn up from below. Tranquilize the architecture. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? Must be because of those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see, that's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. Mushroom. This is a water tank then, probably. That looks like the trees in Greatest Ensvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced too. No, it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Hey, the music stopped for a second. We can chill for a second while the rabbits think about water tanks. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take us only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us Loperites, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. Nod. We have read, however, that the peoples of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanalan are built near an oasis, or areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Garabanya. Well, they usually build near a source of water, even if they're in a desert. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we wouldn't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth noting or learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loperites will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlene Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We cannot help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Loperites may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Leave it to me. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction, what's it? Bunny defense. Okay, I can accept the dramatic music returning for bunny defense mode. Because that's important stuff, you know? I was thinking earlier about how I still think they should let you play as a Loperite. And I think it's fun to imagine the theoretical situation in which a Loporrit Warrior of Light did happen. Because I can only imagine that the way they would stumble into the plot is by accidentally activating an escape pod or just like falling from space and impacting Aetheris with a cartoon Loporrit shaped crater. It's just funny to think about it. I have a feeling the way forward is not as clear as we'd like. Could you go and take a look? Perhaps you might tell all the local beasties we're not nearly as delicious as we might appear. Hey, I get to use like most of my opener now. I meant to talk to Singing Way. They burrow up out of the ground somehow. That could work too. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction Whatsit is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burned to a crisp if it's all the same to you. I meant to speak to Singing Way, but I missed. I mean, one could argue that a warrior of light of any sort other than a hearer inspired Vana to somehow create a bunch of stuff anyway. Because before the Sundering, there weren't Mikote, apparently. So... let's get moving. That building looks nice and solid and safe. That is true, actually, I guess, because all of the Loporrits are directly made by Hydaelyn. Stable time loops, again. That is until you learn in the far future that for some reason the Warrior of Light is actually a living version of the Akashic Records at the start. Wait, no, that's PSO2. Which is way more nonsensical than this. That was all very exciting, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait, how exactly were we planning to head back later? Oh dear. You've done well to see these two here safely. They can be a bit skittish at the best of times, so I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't run off and get themselves killed. I couldn't help but noticing a distinct lack of carrots along the way, or many of the other vegetables I was expecting to see, though I did catch a glimpse of some sort of bipedal tomato charging about. Must be my imagination. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. Yeah, it's probably just a stable time loop, and there's probably no lasting consequences of Sucro having gone back in time. No sort of effect may have occurred that would send a ripple through time and cause great changes, probably. It's probably fine. I did go and get the butterfly effect. Yeah. Ah, you saw that, yeah. Though, I guess given what we've seen in the last cutscene, let me find them again. Maybe we should have an adventurous Ambostoma around instead. Yeah, I've been working on the Shadowbringers Shared Fates a bit. It's funny, I still don't have the Shared Fate page for Endwalker at all because I've not done a single fate in the Endwalker zones. I'm halfway done. With, well, arguably more than halfway done. Rank 2 on everything, or rank 3 on half the things, rank 2 on the other half of the things, but you know. It's a way to level up warrior that's low stress and something I can do in the background. Forgive me for asking, but are we any closer to the kitchens? Come to think of it, why am I even here? Atmospheric manipulators are hardly my area of expertise. As I understand, places like Labyrinthos are the exception rather than the rule. You don't all build enormous underground living spaces like this, surely? That was terrifying, but at least the scenery was more pleasant than what's the name, Garlemald. As a first impression of Aetheris, it was far from favorable. Anyway, onwards and upwards, quite literally, as is the case here. On this occasion, it would behoove us to seek the counsel of those qualified to describe the workings of the apparatus. They may also be in possession of schematics or other useful documentation, should the Loporrits request them. As the forum's esteemed guest, 'tis unlikely they would be refused, yet thou knowest as well as I the changeable dispositions of Sharlayan bureaucrats. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. Oh, Garlemald is, not doing too well. There was a little bit of Garlemald at the end of last time. There was a lot of monster to fight there. Xenos briefly showed up. Yeah, the final days have gotten to that place now, so things aren't great there. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You know, it does make sense that the Loporrits would know about how there's not many stars that are doing too well, because Vana knows that. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Here's some mystery pants. Agriculture shock is a good pun. I have no idea where the plot is going in Dawn Trail, but I think it's going to be... Like, I think... My understanding is that, like, 6.x, as in 6.1 to 6.55, are sort of a self-contained story. I believe they were directly called that in this chat at some point. And then, like... I don't know what Dawn Trail is doing. I think Dawn Trail might be entirely separate as well. Because Endwalker is the end of the arc that's been going so far. The very long story arc. At least that's what I think. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provisioning facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found in Mariel Ergonomics. As I imagine Singingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Nod. Let us brook no further delay. Cooking Way, you should have said, let us cook no further delay, as a joke. Do you think there's like a punning way? In my theoretical imagination, joking way is probably more likely. In my theoretical, have I mentioned that speaking is difficult? When I was thinking about a Warrior of Light, Loporrit, I was imagining that their name would be Lighting Way. And a spin-off story where there was a Warrior of Light Loporrit would be called Lighting the Way, or something of that nature. Time for Cooking Way to learn about Pumpkin. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to part with a few samples? Cooking Way is now accompanying you. Does anyone have anything to say in response to this? Our gourds seem unfazed by the chaos occurring around us. If only we too could live our lives as peacefully as pumpkins. I suppose if they did put me in a pie, I could just eat my way out. Wait, they get quite hot inside, don't they? On second thought, let's stick with the plan for now. Silly rabbit. I think I briefly spoke with you earlier in the game. Ah, what a fine mess this is. Excuse me. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. Show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we can down here or up there, or do what we can't. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Jebka here is not at all surprised by a Loperit, apparently. Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? I have an enormous list of seeds, saplings, and whatnot to take to the central circuit, but I suppose that means anything not on the list is to be left behind. What a waste. Grape, 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 grape. You know that other Loperit did say no corners would be left unrounded. I guess that Loperit was the one who redid the grape polygons. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes. Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. Because you literally have to, like, interact with them. Cooking Way, learning about grape. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Grape. The sundered grape. Maybe. We were talking about that. I guess these would be sundered grapes. Wait, there's a funny thing about that? Well, it's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Ghastly things. I'd rather eat rancid gigantoad eyeballs. I feel like I have to say the first line, right? I'd go into a volcano that was erupting for some good grapes. At least that's what I heard. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. I like the idea of Sucrose saying that a line about grapes similar to that one entirely because she's heard that someone that she's apparently like connected to did so rather than her actual opinion. Like, I guess I like grapes. I heard about it. Imagine hearing about yourself in ways you didn't know. Orange by name, orange by nature. Nod. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's... Oh. Equal parts sweet and sour as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I simply may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. I somehow transposed the word simply to earlier in the text box again. Again, because I do that with words often, apparently. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned up your noses at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. This very dramatic music for cooking while trying vegetables is funny. I guess you could say the leopards have been torn from the heavens. Maybe. That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? Nope, these are pumpkins. No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Ah, it's so hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. It all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Shake head. Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. What's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, is there anything even more delicious? How about that yellow fruit over here? Oh, yeah, we're at the part that I know about. Maybe. I know about this one. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? What a wondrous fragrance! With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it.
HNNNGGGHHH.
My tongue! Is this poison? That's a lemon. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? There is a Twitter post that I have bookmarked that is just an animation of, now I presume cooking way, looking at a lemon and saying, lemon? And then biting into the lemon, and then like screaming and turning into a picture of like a JPEG of a screaming rabbit. And I think about this frequently. I have it bookmarked so that I can look at it any time I want to look at this because it's funny to me. How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ah, it may be time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Also, hello and welcome to people. In general. Good grief, I fear that lemon has irrevocably ruined my sense of taste. I noticed that I forget to say hello and welcome to people until, like, a while. Often. Oh, right, this way. I wish that Cooking Way was shown riding on the back of my motorcycle. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. Ha! First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it'd be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... a bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, Lemon Muffin. Do your worst. Lemon muffins are nice. Sound of rabbit eating, apparently. I didn't know that Cartoon Squash.wave was in this game. This is delicious. Nod. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. Never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. I think they maybe realized that, but also realized that Funny Rabbit eat a muffin. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Gasp. Mankind, the Loporits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Gasp. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetherius' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Nod. Wave. So he's one of the forum's lunar collaborators. Not quite what I was expecting, but he seems a decent sort. I'm glad he enjoyed the lemon muffin too. Hopefully the next time he has one, he won't be compelled to wax poetic about the meaning of life and the immaculate carrot again. I don't know, I feel like you should take it as a compliment if someone tries something you've baked and then talks about the meaning of life afterwards. I mean, maybe less of a compliment if it was like a pot brownie or something, because you could attribute talking about the meaning of life to a different cause in that sort of instance. But, you know, still, maybe it was also a good pot brownie. I don't know about those. I have no experience with them. Do you think there's a baking way? And if so, what sort of baking do you think they're talking about? Not to rub it in, but we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Urianger was able to obtain all manner of meteorological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to the moon. It's my duty to make your journey as comfortable as possible, though there's no telling how long it will be. 100 years? 1,000? Probably close to 5,000, give or take. Baked Way. I like the idea of Baking Way working with ceramics, because they seem to pick names that are like barely adjacent to what they're actually doing. Firing Way on the managing team. Firing Way could also be like the gunsmith of the group. I don't think that experience is true of all pot brownies or all people. I know of someone who's had pot brownies to an extent where they became super anxious. So, not all pot brownies are equal, and not all people are equal in how they react to pot brownies, is my knowledge of them. So, much like the Loperites, you must not make assumptions based on one piece of knowledge. Where have you and Cooking Way been? If the two of you were engaged in pursuits of an educational nature, you should have taken me too. I am the leader, after all. Oh, there you are. Have the others finished talking about rainmaking what's it yet? Growing Way wants to become Napping Way. Fair enough. Just making sure that, by Cooking Way's broad grin, I assume your excursion was a roaring success. Just making sure that it's clear that, you know, different things happen at times. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Limsa Liminsa is home to the Culinarians Guild and many less than savory establishments. The Far East has oodles of noodles. Cooking Way, have you ever heard of Parappa the Rappa 2? I haven't played it, but if you're interested in noodles, I mean, the Culinarians Guild is more directly related. You could go to the Culinarians Guild. Not that I would have time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Funny you should mention that. Because I've got a pretty good idea of who I could get with a sword to fix everything. I have had authentic ramen approximately one time, and it was alright. I don't know if it was like good authentic ramen, but it was from a ramen place. And it was like, there was too much of it. Because I can only have very small portions, and all restaurants provide very large portions. Anyway, Sage Council, picture with like 1,000 rabbits in it. Sucro, I trust thy time at Mariel Ergonomics did bear fruit. Urianger, are you telling a pun? Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. The last time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlian Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loperite there. Should further questions within my power to answer arise. Nod. Aww. I should probably... Wait, no. What is this? Just a random building? Guess I should follow the road, actually. There's a part of my brain that keeps expecting this to go into the next part of the main theme of Endwalker, where it goes into the Song of Hope leitmotif instead. But it keeps looping instead of doing that. I thought the Scholar Mammoth was reading over this person's shoulder. That'd be funny. That was ever so delightful. And with this much information, I can fine-tune the mood's environs for your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature settings for beings so lacking in fur. There's a few of us who've got fur. Why did I not ask Jebke how to make carrot muffins? We could have had baked goods bursting with happiness. Oh no, there was no one in particular I was hoping to go. I simply wish to see, hear, feel, and think as much as I possibly can while we're here. Huh? What's that look for? What did I say? That's funny. The Loporits want for activities and simulation, but I struggle to conceive of how to busy them whilst we wait. Urianger has to babysit all these dang rabbits. What's wrong, Growing-Way? Yes, Sucro, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for a theorist at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. Forests so lovely and so leafy. Are all your forests like that? The Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, and a place of utmost tranquility. They're verdant, at least. The trees of Giovannia stand particularly proud. You should have seen the forest on the first. One was purple. Honestly, I like the third answer here. You should have seen them on the first. They got purple trees over there. Gasp! Gasp, I say! With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Yeah. The Lakeland Forest was definitely very, like, memorable. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Ah, it's Thancred. Thancred! How didst thou fare? Well, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. Doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Thinking. Perhaps not, though aided by our goodly Growing-Way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. Nod. Tis as good a place as any. Come. Nod. Funny adventures continue. You'd best go with them. I don't think Urianger misjudged him, but Growing-Way does look like he could use some emotional support. I still have work to complete elsewhere. Trust I won't return to find any Loporits in tears. Well, Crying-Way isn't around. So, I mean, like, they might be, but, like, you know, maybe. Look at this bunny. Maybe this will cheer you up. There are funny rabbits now. Oh, can I help you? It is you who'd help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see. And what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlene ingenuity, that it's built with peerless Allegan technology, is all true, but... I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? If it doesn't, it can fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. I don't think I can lose my patience with Loporits because they're funny, Rabbit. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well, also I think I just appreciate the slower moment in the story after everything happening. And like all the world building and funny rabbit and so on. Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about? Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star? Nod. Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. Same rules apply. If you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loporits to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we like to learn. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Etheirys and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Sucro, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loporit. Leave it to me. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loporit, and every Loporit in their place. I suppose it's fair for, like, any given part of a story won't work as well for every single person. There's nothing wrong with that, after all. Thank heavens I asked you. Yes, precisely. However, it'd also be prudent to have a redundant system in the event of failure. The final days doubtless weigh heavy upon the minds of many in Charlene Hamlet, pillars of the Exodus as they are. Pray, bring them hither. Aha! Sucro, jump on the hedge. You seem unconcerned. Apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, I'll have to wait. Seems this cleaner's too busy to chat for his benefit, or otherwise. Okay, so it's a fairly wide area and you have to find 8 people. I can see how that would be a lot, maybe. And yeah, it is fun how they're using, like, magic to do gravity stuff. Like, that makes sense. Elemental reactor operator. Oh wait, no, you're just a side quest. Never mind. Distracted researcher. 56 bunches of weeds in the ground. 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add to the mountain. 55 bunches of weeds in the... I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... It's okay. Pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. I didn't know that there were any Elizin emotes that were like that animated in the game. Level-headed engineer. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much the slower. This woman seems to be coping well. Anxious engineer. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Kyrusians, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon! Why did I not think of that? Maybe you weren't aware of it. I don't know. Hey, what's up? Where's the apocalypse at right now? Only in Ilsabard. Still. Technically. Currently on the moon there is dust. Despondent engineer. Just leave me to my misery. The forum cannot point to someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You can talk to a bunny. Bunny moon rabbit. You know a starship pilot I might speak with? Truly. Well, then there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. What about tired gleaner? Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void since it's plated as a piano. My feet and knees is drums and cymbals, too. Gleaner seems fine if in need of a break. Grimacing naturalist. What you grimacing about? My face? Oh, what's wrong with my... Ow, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the sustainability of a few species is still under debate. I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. You can talk to a funny rabbit. Including the Loporits in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. I see, we only need to bring the fuzziest creatures. Ponderous mathematician. Pondering. Huh? What you pondering? Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. There are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight on how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. It's also, I think it's interesting also to see like how many different things people are thinking about in this situation, like all the different problems that are being faced. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need to only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. The woman is doing better than you are. Yeah, she is. I can see how it would be difficult to find everyone here. There's some buildings I can probably go into. They all have... Most of them have no entry signs on them, if not all of them. Yeah, you! Yes, you idiot! Have you seen an envelope lying about? The imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. No. But I've seen a bunch of loporits, if that'll do anything. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt there'll be more help than you, and you've wasted none of my time already. It'd be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the loporits. That's true. Yeah, space is difficult. Ha 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 ha! The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive! Yeah. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Yeah, that's... You know what? That's fair. Oh, that's an actually named character? Hello, Yojimbo Chocobo. This person is asking about digestives. Custom deliveries are probably something I won't interact with much because I simply cannot get myself to be interested in gathering and crafting as much as I would like to be. Something kind of funny about this part is that a bunch of the side quests sound like people that you would talk to for this, like Distressed Chef over here, or Vexed Veterinarian, but no, they're not. They're completely irrelevant to this particular objective. Well, here's large building. No, this also has no entry on it. The most readable sign in Eorzea is the no entry sign. I recognize it every time, at a distance. Harried Etherologist. And Jessamy. Who are you? Mammoths, unlike those made of flesh and blood, can actually keep secrets, which is why we employ them here. Blasted assistants, where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. What about some loporits, though? The loporits are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks, lazy sods. That person needs to learn to let people sleep, probably. Oh no, hyperventilating engineer. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Hang on there. Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind, but that's highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. You want to talk to someone about that? Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Okay, one more. Still expecting song to suddenly switch to a different part that it doesn't have in it every time. Who are you? Is the view here from here not simply breathtaking? If I did not know it to be a glamour, I would swear that sky was real. I mean, it's pretty dang impressive. Skeptical researcher. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I've no doubt that we can make it up there, but searching for a new star... The searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God's know what, made by God's know who. You want to meet them? They're over there. You mean to say I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions. All scientists located. That wasn't too bad. It could have been bad for me, but somehow I managed to find everybody. The density, however, it's fine to admit you're scared, you know. In the long run, however, most of you won't die, when you put it that way. Growing Way has been a godsend. I can look upon what we've built with clarity now. Will so much dust not cause respiratory problems? That estimate seems accurate to me. A little privacy, please? Oh, my mistake. Sucro, he said he was glad we spoke, and he thanked me. It was all worth it after all, wasn't it? Even the mistakes we made, because now we could tell them what not to do. Oh. Behold, Sucro, though through thine efforts word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, Living Way doth gather more loporits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, the new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. I'm going to watch them. Sound of a crowd. Oh. That is meaningful, huh? I didn't think about moon dust before.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Me after I stream for 8 hours. I'm better at figuring out what the game wants? Like, how so? It can be a little bit difficult to find stuff in a big circle. Moondust doesn't sound like a great thing to be around.
The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
The moon in context of any dialogue box is still funny, a little bit. Not quite as funny as it was, but...
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
Oh. Well, that's interesting to know because of all the self-doubt I was experiencing earlier. I mentioned at the start of the stream that like I was doing some roulettes and stuff yesterday, and I rolled a low level like Realm Reborn roulette as warrior, and I didn't have like any of my tools to make myself survive, so I wiped the party twice, trying to pull everything in the dungeon like a silly person. So that shattered my confidence a bit. Then I did okay on a different roulette, and then I did a third roulette and rolled an Eden raid and forgot how the mechanics work and was thrown off the edge and killed. So I was doubting a lot earlier, like yesterday, and also like today, I guess, because that was today. If you, depending on how you think about days. Point is, I was wondering earlier, like what job seems to what job is the best job in the game to play if you're a person with a lot of anxiety and little confidence, and that is what you're prioritizing in your job selection. But I don't know really. Summoner? Maybe. Probably whichever one is the most fun, I guess, but that's still a very vague answer too. Basically, I'm continuing to hope that whatever the new ones are very interesting to me, because I'm gonna try them quickly, or like when the game comes out, they'll probably be the first thing that I try. Anyway, Sleeping Way.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
I think I'm actually less used to Summoner than some of the more complicated DPS jobs, somehow. And less used to it than the tanks. I don't know if I would say that the rotation of a Summoner is... Rotation-wise, I think some of the tanks might be easier than Summoner, or like simpler would be a better term. But yeah, there's a lot of factors. Anyway.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
Thank you, Urianger.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Oh. Remember earlier when we were talking when Urianger was trying to see Moonbreeda's parents and they weren't around? And I think this is probably them.
Vilfson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic.
Well,
and Moonbreeda's parents.
Oh dear.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Arthur, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Oh. Gasp.
Do you have any idea how worried we were.
Urianger doesn't know what to do at all.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is
remiss of me
this is a sad,
not to
positive
deliver the
scene.
news in person.
Urianger is so awkward about all this too.
No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise.
Yeah, alright, this is good. This is a good scene. I didn't expect
Don't blame
this.
yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know
No.
that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you.
Oh.
Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand.
Jeez.
We must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Alright. Game's got me again.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am.
Oh, really? I didn't know that about her.
I knew not what to say.
But you know, that makes a lot
Knew
of
not
sense.
how to express my feelings. The poems and
Moonbrita was
platitudes
mentioned
of
earlier in
wiser
the
men,
expansion, so...
musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Hold on, I need to double check what you're saying again. Ah, knew not how to express, right? She wasn't involved in the death of the character, but she was in charge of the character? Interesting.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I don't know if I actually
I
got...
remember when you were young. How the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others.
Oh, interesting. That must have been kind of frustrating or sad for the writer, huh? Maybe, at least. I don't think I was, like, super attached to Moonbrita. Moonbrita, I think is how they say it, actually. But, like... I didn't hate her or anything. And, like... the way that her death is talked about and, like, how much it affected people is pretty impactful.
Our Moon didn't take kindly to that.
Moonbrita.
Be
yeah.
nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought.
I mean, I thought she was neat. Like I said, I didn't dislike her. I just didn't get like super attached to her character, I guess. She wasn't around for very long, so it might have been difficult for that reason. But I do like Urianger.
But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone. grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you, too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
Jeez. Maybe it'd be more accurate to say I didn't get like super attached to her at the time, but like through Urianger.
I think I can
Maybe
feel
she's
her
grown
too.
on me even after her death. But I care about Urianger a lot, I think. Because like he's been here forever now.
The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Yeah, the voice acting here is really good, for sure. Sucro's here too.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing.
Yep, that's true.
And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
The music is back to this now. Because, you know, that's silly. I like those last two lines from Thancred there too. Those are good. I mean, as soon as he said that, I was thinking, oh, like me. So I'm the fool, really. Remind me to invite Urianger for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. We're long overdue for one. We can raise a glass to Moonbrida. I was so busy asking questions about Aetherius that I never thought to ask more about Urianger. I'd like to, but where would I begin? I assure you that my fellow Loporrits are equally excited to have this opportunity. They were humming the whole way here. We spent so long gazing at the star, wondering and hoping, but to be here now, to walk among the people, to be a part of their lives and to know we've made a difference, it's so much more than I ever dreamed. Goodness me, I've never felt like there was too little time before. There's so many people to talk to, and so many things to learn. Oh, you must be one of the Scions, correct? I'm a cat, and Sucro. Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Urianger is too, I'm sure, and I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? The classical Rugadan language isn't so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew it had chosen her. She'd be a beacon of that self-same light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for Sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my Moonbrida was, she was always kind and gentle. Aw. Oh, Sucro, be assured that I am fine, I am. So glad to see them too after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Pall of anxiety over Charlene Hamlet has thinned to more manageable levels. So, as reluctant as I am to have this be the music while I'm stepping away for a moment, because it sure does loop. I'm gonna step away for a moment. I guess that means we can see if Ghost is gonna prank me today. It's been like over 2.5 hours without a break. Anyway, do you think that this or that? There we go, it is working. Everyone was a winner? Wow. Powerful. I guess that is just the way the cookie crumbles. Haha. Hoo ha he. Because it was that one. Anyway, no, actually it was this. This is just the way the cookie crumbles. Never mind. My joke doesn't work. Hey, Oriange. Ahem. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporrits. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Pray assist Mistress Alize. She hath taken up too great a burden, like as not. Livingway and I shall attend to matters here. There's still this whole section we haven't gone through at all. Which is actually where we're being told to go. So, you know, never mind. Oh. Somehow I didn't look down and see this structure over here. This flower-like shape. Neat building. I'm getting tired of this loop. Please. I love Torn from the Heavens as much as anyone, but still. I think part of why it's killing me is that the next part that the Endwalker theme normally segues into is like my favorite part of the song. Squeal? Oh, are you shipping Porksies, maybe? Sucro, what are you doing here? I'm here to help. No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Nod. Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Deliver the crate of samples to Alphino. You will have 3 minutes to complete the task. Yeah, okay, sure. Dramatic transport of a box. Here I go. No, I don't want to join the fate. That's silly. Oh, hey, I got the music interrupted. What? I got a brief reprieve from the loop of the music. Oh yeah, the frailty of life again. Carrying an object in your arms, growing wearier with each passing second. Alphino, I have a box. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. Sound of crate being deposited. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Ran out of other stuff to do, mostly. Ah, I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. That too. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. Turns out this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know we finished, or that we finished. Theopoldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. And there she goes. Shrug. And this isn't even the center of the center of the center of the center. Anyone who uses this etherite has to get their feet wet. By decree of the Charlian Forum. This must be Theopoldin. I keep thinking that I've seen him elsewhere, but I cannot for the life of me remember when. He does look a little familiar. What are you doing over here? I come here to think when I've hit a snag in my research. I'll return to work as soon as I have a solution in mind, so please stop giving me that look. Fair enough. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought samples from Charlian Hamlet. Series 110? The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're Fortuno's children, are you not? Alphino and Alize at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's new list, no less. You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray, spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Did Sucro just nod to that? Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? I think Sucro nodded to that, but I'm not sure. I didn't actually catch that. Wait, right here. You'll find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alize, I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Who are you, by the by? Twins Minder? Doesn't know Sucro at all. What's in this building? Planet. Model, kind of. I mean, it looks like a big model of a solar system type of thing, but I don't think it actually is. Planet was a weird thing to exclaim when seeing it. Adventurers such as yourself must lead very exciting lives, traveling the world, helping those in need. Perhaps a career change is in order. Beyond lies the very heart of Labyrinthos. Only those sanctioned to enter may do so. Yeah, okay. So we can't go there yet. I'm in charge of keeping our resources organized. There are few things more frustrating to a scholar than not being able to find the data you need when you need it. Charlian scholars would hate modern search engine optimization problems so much. Isn't there something we can do to further fortify our walls? No, at least not without new materials, there isn't. Are you not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. The nature of this paperwork is not a particularly well-guarded secret, but due to how dull it is to read, will nevertheless remain largely unknown. Cool rocks? Paladin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford themselves. Oh, really? I don't remember that at all. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. You know what? Hey, thanks. Thanks for the support. Zuko can do so many flips. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. Huh. Maybe I don't remember that quest at all. That's interesting. I probably played when that quest still existed. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. Yay, music break. We return, with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, as you will note. You both have my thanks and my apologies for sending on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd ask to hear, not to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Leveilleur name garners such respect in Charlian is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Njunkrep's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it's traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Njunkrep's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Nod. Until your grandfather's time, aye. Archon Louis-Soir looked not to Njunkrep's words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy in the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louis-Soir lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunato could not reconcile Louis-Soir's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunato agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortunato's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. But even so, you must know that you're constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with the kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Oh yeah, Karn is still needed for Grand Company promotion, I think. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. chuckle. But he's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. Profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say, thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Nod. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure these specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three! Whomst be speaking? It's Graha. Graha, surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or worse, no. However, he sent me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Sucro? Can you spare the time? Nod. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. Of course, Sucro runs around helping everybody. Back to this music again. It's strange to hear father spoken of in such a way, but I suppose he would find your view of me no less odd. Much as I'd like to press Theopaldin for more revealing tidbits, we should be getting back to our tasks. Theo's the name of your chocobo? Did I ever mention that my chocobo on my old character was named Warchamedes? It's a good name for a chocobo. Anyway. An unspecified task awaits you. Wow. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. Current chocobo is of course Boaster, which is also a pun, and also a thing that's likely to not be kept in the retranslation of Super Mario RPG. They're just gonna call Yoster Isle Yoshi's Island or something, and I'm gonna pout. And Sucro Funk is gonna, or Escrow Funk in that case, is gonna be like Scarecrow Gas or something. Man. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. We'll know in a month? I guess we will. Yeah. Theo's a good name for a chocobo, I think. Would it be a funny translation because of Batman? Because I did think about Batman when I said Scarecrow Gas. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. Wait, I missed. This is where we part then. Nod. This way, then. Leave it to me. Speaking of other video games and stuff that's soon, in 2 days... Well, more like a day and an hour. Super Mario Bros. Wonder. And then, like, 3 days is not a game itself, but the second Final Fantasy XIV Fan Fest, so we'll probably learn more about Dawn Trail pretty soon, which is exciting. I want to know more about the jobs, and they're probably going to say at least one of them. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Determined. Wait here if you would. I am waiting. No, just like the elemental and like the sprites and stuff, probably. The Gridania elementals are the elementals with the capital letters. That would be funny though. Yeah, see, sprites. Yeah, it's a term they used for a bit too many things. Maybe. Possibly one of those instances where, like, Sucro's looking very determined. Possibly one of those instances where, like, the localizers settle on a term, and then later on in the script, like way down the line, they realize, they're gonna use this term for a lot of different things, huh? But we're stuck with it now. Could be something of that nature, who knows? Nod. There was an example of that in Pokemon that oh yeah. The example in that of Pokemon that I'm thinking of is when they localized Mr. Mime, and then they added gender to the next set of games, and Mr. Mime could be female. They had a moment of that in the localization squad, I think. Will Plunder Dan have a Plunder Van? Maybe. I am unsure. I don't actually know, like, I kind of ran out of energy and motivation to work on Wargroove versus the Skelemons 2 after a single mission, so I don't actually know where it's going, really. I have a few scattered ideas, but it might be a while before I do anything with it, or it might never come to pass. Who knows? Wargroove versus the Skelemons 1 took forever. Oh yeah, there's multiple instances of that in this game too, now that you mention it. Like Phlegathon. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. Yeah. There were multiple year breaks within the first one, so. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. Wargroove 2 needs some more, like, patches and stuff to make things work, because there's a lot of weird oddities in the editor right now and missing stuff. And I would appreciate it if they, like, fixed some of that. Which is probably on their list, but hey, people are calling me cool and stuff. Hey, thanks. I expect Kokol will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alleg, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allegans' efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Graha, are you gonna ask me to go back in time and get the Dreamstone so that we can forge the Masamune and fight Magus or something? Just wondering. Of those who would push further, expand Alleg's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Gasp. I know that guy. Amon wanted to travel the Sea of Stars? Did he remember his life as Hermes? Did he remember stuff from previous Vandaniels? I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. This is a different... I don't think we've heard this particular version of the song either. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls like minds have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alig that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zand. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath him to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zand's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, if had not Zand been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. I guess that parallel exists? Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet... To reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. Smile. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting on? Nod. I mean, that's interesting, yeah. Am I allowed to circle around this way? Oh, ether current. To clarify with regard to Wargroove versus the Skelemons too, I do have some scattered ideas. Like, I know what the very next mission would be in essence. I know what mission 2 would be. I don't really know beyond that. I know like a few other ideas and stuff. I don't really have an idea for an overall story. Even though I started in the middle of one, which might have implied that I knew anything. I know I want to make Fire Emblem jokes. I know at least a few character ideas. I've completed the circle. Uh-huh. Crafting insights are always interesting, since I don't know too much about that. Oh, I didn't think you were trying to, like, bug me about it or anything. Just thought I'd elaborate a little bit more. I did thoroughly brief Kokol on refined adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any misapprehensions that I was kicked out for prattling on. I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do, only... I hate waiting! I want that adamantite and I want it now! Oh, we share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. Sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. So long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get you gone, I've mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon. It seems that there aren't better uses for my time, because I'm just gonna go wait over there. Wait. Any smoke rising from the building behind me will be entirely unrelated to what I didn't say, got it? Yeah, alright. Introducing the new job in 7.0, Demolitionist. Explosions are basically magic. I know there's a caster. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. That sounds like a fairly ominous message to give me, but okay. That sounds like a several cutscenes will play in sequence type of message in disguise a little bit. Crystal. I look at the crystal.
All set, I take it?
Oh, where have you been? What have you two been doing?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
Thank you for answering my question. Heavy weapons person, yeah. I'm a heavy weapons cat, and this is my weapon.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
Fair.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Nod.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Phone call.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Kryl.
Oh, hey, Kryl, what's up? Did you contact the mysterious person you're not telling us about?
The delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Well, alright then.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Interesting that they have the phrase "speak of the devil" in Eorzea. Actually, now that I think about it. Because there aren't really
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news.
There isn't really like a devil.
A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested.
Everyone's partying, Fortuno. We have to stop it. Fortuno. They're making too much noise.
Where might this delivery be?
I guess devils are maybe like...
Oh.
Oh. Hey, that's a lot. They found a lot, huh?
Just like in Smash Brothers Ultimate, everyone is here.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Wait, speaking with Medion? Probably not. Oh, you! Hey! Hey there, you.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
This is even more everyone is here than before. Hey, Fortuno, I think we helped.
On the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Every single raid and trial series, does that include Nier? Okay, it's just checking. It would be funny to
Yes,
see like
because you
2B
were
out there
charged
for
with
no
seeing the
reason,
shipments
to be
from Gridania
honest.
and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Wait, what did you just say? Yeah, the first can't be here. You could consider Kryl part of the Warring Triad questline if you want to.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance.
These two.
And furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due. You did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allagan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
We have this katana and we'll sell it to you for $1 million billion Alphino. Emmanuel and Sicard constantly bickering with each other is pretty funny.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements.
Yeah, Alphino would buy it immediately.
Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
I assume this is also quite different if you haven't done everything.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally or die trying.
Okay, Seiryu, jeez.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
Oh, right. Right, Evilise has to be here too. Yeah.
Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
Okay, it's definitely was very worth it for me to do all of the side content except for like near
That's
and
all wonderful to hear.
Bosnia, I
What
guess.
of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Of course, Tataru. Of course. That was a great laugh from Tataru also.
Investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount.
I like that. That was a fantastic laugh. God.
We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding
Oh, it's
of the
Emeliance,
science.
isn't it?
We even had coffers to fill.
It is. Oh wait, I forgot Emeliance had that hairstyle.
Emeliance.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
We're just too rich, man. That's really funny. I forgot Emeliance had the hairstyle I'd been using with Sucro recently.
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny tiny toy boat now, can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
More like fortune owned or whatever. Yeah, take that. I'm great at words
However,
and
did you manage so
sounds.
much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
You did, but you didn't elaborate. Oh.
Erenville, you were involved too.
Yay, Erenville.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos.
Erenville's
She
cool.
explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are.
I'd heard that Erenville is in the Dawn Trail trailer, so I sort of expected he was kind of important.
I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed.
Fortuno grumpy face.
To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Hey! Alpha and Omega and stuff too.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
Yeah, of course you're here for that. And Nero.
And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
You know, you have a good point.
Sid, you brought the team.
Why didn't we call Sid earlier?
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest.
And Nero.
You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
I wish you said Garland Ironworks' finest and Nero.
Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package.
Did you bring the
from Gaius.
robot? Did you bring Robot? Sucro Pilot Robot?
He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words.
I don't know why we'd need it, but maybe you did.
Otherwise, so we offer none of the latter.
No words, just Robot.
What he sent is an Allagan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
Another fun thing about this is that with them bringing all the trials and like raids and stuff together, they're actually in a way actually voicing dialogue related to all of this stuff that was mostly unvoiced before. That's kind of fun.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud Shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kral's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition.
Also, Hoary Boulder gets to have more
However,
voice lines.
The Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them.
Idleshire. Okay, I was close. That's the first time anyone has said Idleshire, I think. It's probably been pronounced Idleshire before.
Slovich's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
And this is because of Alexander, I guess. Yeah.
The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Nobody has said gobby booms out loud before, I don't think either. Probably.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here.
Oh yeah,
Does
you're
West
here.
Tarn not have more pressing
I
concerns?
didn't notice Varshan because Varshan is so tiny.
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you.
You know, that's fair. Bow.
Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better.
Hey Nadana, do you want to know about how your theories are right?
You will recall
is that okay for me to tell you about that?
Father, Midgard Summer,
By the way?
And his journey across the great expanse.
Yeah?
As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere.
Are you suggesting dragon scale spaceship?
Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well."
Midgard Stormer live, kind of.
Thus have I brought you his own worm scales.
Yo.
Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
I don't remember hearing about Asdaya.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Thanks, Nadana. I already forgot how that name was pronounced, but the Asdaya.
This is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Was it Asdaya? You're right, okay, got it.
Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no? 10, no? 14 bleeding percent.
14? That's number of video game, wow. Is this percentage different depending on how much stuff you've done? I really hope it is. I hope there's like a billion variants of this single line. We could get 7%, we could get 8%, we could get 9%. We could get, etc.
Think of how far we could go! What we could do with that much power! What we could blow up!
Well, we're gonna blow up Meteon, maybe.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
No. I'm too grumpy to agree with anything. Ah, man. Not the moon laser. And then we had...
Father?
How many times do we have to fight Duff McWhalen to get all the armor upgrades and stuff for Sucro?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it.
Well, we want to ask Heidelin some questions, and we want to steer your ship to the boss and shoot the boss to make the universe stop exploding. What? There's a weekly lockout on Duff McWhalen. God dang it.
The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility.
I don't have a lot of experience with Mass Effect other than like Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. But I was actually thinking about Mass Effect and how there was like, depending on what you did and how well you did, you had different numbers that did stuff to the ending.
Do you understand? And are you prepared?
I actually had an idea like a decade or more ago to do a playthrough of all the Mass Effects as like full renegade with a Shepard that looks like Ganondorf. For some reason. I never did that. Also, I think I would have difficulty playing full renegade Mass Effects. Probably. I struggle to be evil in video game. Yeah, that's probably also the case. But yeah, that was a long time ago when I was like, that was like 2 or 3 different people that I was ago, basically, by my estimation of how much I've changed over time. But yeah, definitely probably has a bunch of trauma triggers and whatnot as well. Especially if you, well, I mean, some of them can be avoided, probably, but... Oh. Well, that sucks. That idea is bad. However, it does lead into the funnier adjacent idea of a Shepard that looks like Ganondorf that's full Paragon. Ganondorf Shepard, the nicest man in the galaxy. Anyway. I won't be playing Mass Effect, most likely.
Seen, and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I
Aw.
will bear it with you.
This does help a little bit.
Share your struggles with me. As family.
Portiono's finally given in to how much he cares about his kids. I'm here too.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born.
Oh.
I thought my heart might burst.
Alizé just like, yeah, we know, we talked to Theo. And Portiono immediately, like, his face somehow does like a 180 in facial expression. He's like, God damn it!
'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures.
Yeah, that sounds accurate.
The great exodus would succeed. Must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing. When he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you.
So you were essentially trying to protect them from themselves this entire time.
No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream.
All right, now that we learn about Fortuno, I like him more. Like, he still did a bunch of stuff that was wrong, but I think he's
you have
well
earned
written.
The right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
And this is a pretty emotional scene as well.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures.
And also, Emilience is still here to dunk on him. Thanks, Emilience.
Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Emilience.
I'm glad that not all of the emotional beats missed for you.
Though I have wronged my children most gravely,
It's good
I
to
owe
have
you an
emotions,
apology as well.
I think. That's probably a silly statement to make, but you know, it is.
I assumed that
true.
it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger.
Well, I mean, I would say that that could partially be true, but also they influenced the Scions plenty in turn. We're a team.
Yours, in particular.
Sucro looks nervously to the side.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today.
Oh, that's promising for a 6.x then. I don't know much about it. I know that I've seen like a handful of posts or post titles that have been like, I feel like 6.x is disappointing. But of course, I always take anything like that with a grain of salt because the loudest people are often not the majority on the internet. So, in fact, I saw a post earlier today that was like, fans of this game want translation, not localization. This English script of this game is filled with too many puns and jokes and pop culture references. It's disgusting, and it should, quote, feel more Japanese, unquote. Every comment made fun of that person when I saw that earlier. I forget why I was looking at that. But yeah, there's a lot of loud people with opinions about how things are bad, and then that's not necessarily true. The only people you've seen say it's disappointing are people wondering where the Asians... They're gone! We ran out of Asians. That's established. I know that the writer is different in 6.x. So I expect it to be like different in tone. But like the few things I know about 6.x, I'll say this. There's a character I'm very interested to meet and also very worried about. I vaguely know about Zero, but I also suspect Zero will die. So don't tell me anything, of course. But, you know. Zero seems like the kind of character, based on very little that I know about her, that I might think she's cool or interesting or a good character. And then I'll be sad if they delete her or whatever. Anyway, I'm sure that people who know about 6.x heard what I just said and are like thinking smiley face emojis in their mind or vibrating or both. You must be busy dying so many times, says someone to Zero in this game probably. I know. Yeah. That's hold on. I can easily find that image, I'm sure. She doesn't have an energy saber, but she does have a cool scythe. I've seen pictures of her and I know that she's a Reaper. And I think I know, like, oh god, I forgot balloon animal with human legs.jpg was the most recent image I showed on this scene. Oh geez. Get that out of here. Actual line of dialogue said to Zero in Mega Man X by Dynamo. Dynamo is very funny to me. Also, both expressions in the portraits in this scene are perfect. What do you mean only 3 times? 3 times is a lot, is 3 times as many deaths as most people have. Not counting video game abstractions. Anyway.
In which case, I hope you continue to
Oh,
guide
wow. Now that is a fact I don't know if I believe readily. That's more than a lot of Homestuck characters. As I mentioned before, one of my main issues with Homestuck when I was reading it was that it tried to play death for drama even though death seemed really cheap. It was a weird, like, it was a weird thing that was going on. Because people kept, like, not being dead, but every death was treated super dramatically. I don't know. Homestuck does a lot of interesting stuff, too, to its credit.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
We had to have an emotional scene,
Perhaps
Graha.
you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Sukuro grabs a megaphone and just yells, "I'm a cat!" And everyone cheers. This music? Oh, this is like the Ultima weapon music. That's another reason you could see it as the Warrior of Light's theme. I think that was mentioned before. Lend us your strength. Our moment of triumph is close at hand, or with me. Yeah, it was you that mentioned it. That's right. I can see why you think that. This is reinforcing that idea, too. We're almost there, everyone. We can win this. The game unintentionally reminding me of my own Wargroove thing when I made everybody shout yes at the end of one cutscene.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Oh, Omega uses it when they try copying you too? I forgot about that. I think There are other songs in the game that I associate more with Sucro, just because Sucro's fairly separate from the character of the Warrior of Light in my mind. Okay, there's not like literally 50,000 people to talk to. My throat hurts from directing so many people to Labyrinthos, but that only proves we got our money's worth. Also, hey, this song here, this is the melody that's in the Vana lyric theme in that fight we did last time. What does that mean when Charlian's music is also Vana's theme? I don't know, but it does sort of reinforce my thoughts about how the two places looked remarkably similar in some ways. I mean, it is one of the... It's probably just a main motif of Endwalker, but still. And that, too. I just like pointing out leitmotifs or leitmotifs or whatever you want to say. I think both of those are valid ways to say that word. I apologize for not informing you earlier of Erenville's involvement. He was something of a contingency plan. Thank goodness we had him and his fellow gleaners to hand... His fellow gleaners to hand, though. It would have been monstrously difficult to locate Sid and transport the Hanish delegation here otherwise. Yeah, that's also true. I had no idea how massive a weight it was until he lifted it off my shoulders, but more importantly, his words were an affirmation that the path we walk is the right one. A part of me might have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days, but to save the star is what we all want most. And if those same people believe I can help see it done, who am I to say otherwise? Come what may, I will fight for this world of ours until the very end, but not in the final trial because there isn't duty support for that. We'll just watch you with 7 other random people who somehow got into space. Probably because you summoned them with your Azim powers or whatever that you haven't really explained to us. Anyway. I cannot wait to see what our friends from the Ironworks do with the ship. If I never see another crate again, it will be too soon. Thancred says, notably trying to avert his eyes from the crate. Oh! I'm making you see the crates, Thancred! Look over here, Thancred. Aha, I gotcha. Unaided, we scions could never have gathered such a bounty. Refined adamantite, relics sacred and ancient delight. That's true, I guess. I find myself quite overcome. Lys sent a letter along with Gridania's contribution. It seems he traveled there to aid in their adamantite recovery. Evidently, journeying to Gridania was quite the trial, as was getting into the Dalamud shard, as was reaching its depths. I suspect she will have a few kind words to say about the Alligans when next we meet. Wait, are you saying that all of the other random adventurers are also meant to be shards of us? I don't think that's true. That would mean we have approximately, like, however many billion players are playing this game, versions of Sucro. But also that would be kind of true in a meta sense of, like, because the player character is has the same role in every story. Somehow I never thought about how Labyrinth and Labrys have the same root word. I don't feel like you're summoning the shards of you because, one, you can run into other people, party with them, and then bring them into fights at will. Two, there are plenty of people playing this game that I've ended up in the party of that I don't want to be connected to Sucro in any sort of meta sense. Every version of Sucro will wear clothing, for example. And no version of Sucro will be really rude to my friends, because I've had people in parties be really rude to people before, or I've heard about it. I guess if Azim was like, okay, there's a billion of me, that would probably be in character for Azim. The time has come to claim our prize. Are you prepared? I'm ready to go to Moon 2 or whatever we're doing. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Wait. Wait, samurai? How could they be a shard of me if they're also from the source? Maybe I'm forgetting how this works. I mean, it was said that we were similar. It wasn't outright stated that we were the... Oh, right. I mean... I don't know if that was outright 100% definite. I guess we could be a reincarnation of Tenzin. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge he holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Nod. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. Do you think the risks are going to entail summoning 7 other people and fighting Heidelin by any chance? Because I feel like that's one of the trials that we haven't done yet that might exist. I feel like I've learned that information accidentally at some point that there might be a fight. Unless that was referring to the Vana fight instead. Shrug. Oh, we're back to this music again. That's funny. Sucro, I've already shown the others inside. I refuse to use an umbrella because I disagree with the rain. You will want to speak with Claire Lane. She has the key to the lift and can see you down after me. If I argue with the rain that I am dry, I will never be damp. I thought this person's name was Aliapo for a second. I'm pleased to report all my plants are hardy, healthy, and happy. Looks like my cultivation system is working well. Kona Katapo. Hey, your name has cat in it, kinda. Powerful cat technique. Here with Master Foshino, yes? Just step inside the lift here. I think that should have said descend to the lowest levels, considering how many times we've descended by this point. You know, this looks suitably ominous. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos and its most closely guarded secret, Thamazon. Thamazon? That's the Mazon, Foshino! No, don't say that. It marks the beginning of and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. This is a pretty wide open, ominous space. Sucro absolutely 100% immediately said that this was Thamazon. And Forshino made the same face that he's always making, but with a slight extra amount of disdain. He briefly flickered to a version of his face with deeper lines. Oh, that's spaceship. Why do I feel like I've seen like a model version of this or something? I saw it for like 1 second. Is there like a minion that's a model of this or something? Yeah, okay. I may have seen a tiny version of this at some point. Cool ship though. I did see something recently about how they said that the meaning of the logo changes. Let's take a look. Yeah, I guess that is kind of the ship. And also the tower. Sort of. It's a vague object that is... It's a vague long object that could mean anything. It could be a tower, it could be a ship, it could be an eclair. It could be a sword. It could be a shield distorted to look like a different shape. Candy bar. I don't know. I bid you welcome to Thamazon. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. I think it'd be difficult to miss, frankly. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. So it's smaller on the inside, maybe. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I've received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Nod. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Time to speak with everyone else again first. I can well imagine the zeal with which they're working on the ether burner, and all I can say is I'm glad we have something to do other than get in their way. Once it's ready, we'll see to it that the ship is put to good use. To think how many generations labored for this end, and that we aim higher still. We must spare no preparation, and that means speaking with Hydaelyn no matter the cost. We must learn of Hydaelyn's greater plan. We can only hope that she also knows the current location of Medion. And we can do neither if we do not focus on whatever trial awaits us within, which might in fact be a literal trial. Depending. If meeting Hydaelyn proves difficult even for the Forum, then perhaps Oh, 'tis an unformed idea at this phase, I'm afraid. I will duly inform you if anything comes of it. I doubt this is what Erenville meant when he said that there remains much we do not know, but I still can't believe everything that was hidden underneath the city this entire time. Yeah, well, exactly. Whatever dungeon, raid, trial, solo instance. It was the Allegans who first combined the mechanical and ethereal sciences into a revolutionary discipline. Given that this ship is nothing short of a technological marvel in that precise vein, Allegan salvage should suit it well. It would seem enchantments most advanced have been woven into the ship's very bones. Wilson and Bluida are doubtless called upon for their expertise in teleportation magics. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but it pales in comparison to the vast primordial power beneath our feet. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Her children, one and all. That sounds like an episode title for the video on YouTube, maybe. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. I haven't even taken a screenshot this time. Dang it. Hey, what's up? I'm performing final checks of parts for the ark we're constructing. Even the smallest error can lead to a huge catastrophe, so we cannot be too careful. I want to look at your mask. Yeah, that's one of the Allegan masks from PvP. You have PvP equipment. You're a PvP tank. That's what I figured. It's funny. Fongo! Hey Fongo, you're also a PvP tank. This machine is used to compress ether and represents a vital portion of the ark. Thank you, Fungo. Oh, I can, in fact, use a motorcycle in here. I don't know if I need to go around to get to the center. It looks like I do, actually. There might be other people to talk to over there. I'll not take forever. Time to talk to everyone a third time. I should hope that Master Fortuno has more to share ere sending anyone stumbling into the ethereal sea. With a ship in the way, I didn't even notice this was here. This doesn't strike me as particularly dangerous unless one is afraid of lifts. They must employ a full cohort of engineers just to maintain the lifts. As a means of communing with the heart of the star, it is disappointingly mechanical in design. Am I the only one feeling terribly nervous? Surely not. I doubt there's anything worth worrying over, not for Heidelin's champion at any rate. The ether here is more brilliant than I've ever seen. What about the part when I was absorbing so much light aspected ether that I was going to turn into a terrifying monster? Is it more brilliant than that? Because that's concerning if so. You know, that would also make sense, I guess, but you know, still concerning. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. I'm just now realizing that the ethereal sea could also be an area we go to, which is wacky. There's a special error message if you try to fly in here. I should check that. Actually, I don't have flight, so I can't. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thamazin. No sooner did the Forum decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Itoscope. The Itioscope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Itioscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. Nod. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Itioscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early, or too late. Please, allow me. Thought so. I have thought upon this much, and in truth I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events of the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much he may wish it were otherwise. If I may assist in the manner that Master Fortuno has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I'd trust more, compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. Estinian speaking from experience about how impossible evading Kryl is. By the way. Smile, nod. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace, is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. So we'll run into something Hades related, is what you're saying. And also, probably Hythlodaeus, and probably Hermes. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you for hatred or for love. Also, everyone who's died in the story, oh boy. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Bring Urianger with me. Got it. The ITS scope now accessible. I was starting to think with everyone gathered here that it was a dungeon, and you did confirm that,
For Knwald, there may be a boss rush involved.
Could be. You did confirm before it was explicit that it was a dungeon by saying to bring Urianger, which is kind of funny. You spoiled the next 5 seconds of the game! I'm joking. But, oh. I was talking about Maple Story and predicted a place under Charlian that was haunted and full of ghosts. I think I did that jokingly. But okay, this is Ludibrium more than... That's very funny. Alright, time to talk to everyone for like a 4th time. Maybe our enemies are down there, but if we've beaten them once, we can beat them again. I'm more concerned about our meeting with Hydaelyn. We may find our truth, but what if? No, I'd rather not think on it. Let us move on. If some part of them remains in the ethereal... Oh, that's not Estinian. If some part of them remains in the ethereal sea, do you think... Forgive me, that's not why we're here, and no matter what happens, she'll always be with us. With Reen, most of all. She'd tell us to live for the here and now, to do what must be done. And we will. We'll face full life consequences, etc. I've seen more than enough death in my time. Friends, enemies, far too many to count. Once revenge was all I lived for. All that hate, all that anger, what good did it do? None, that's what. The way I see it, there's no point living for the past. It's the present that needs protecting. I've explained my entire character arc. We've always tried to do the right thing, but we've not always been kind nor merciful. I should not be surprised if some few harbored resentment for us as they passed on. We must face these truths and meet them as they come. I cannot help but think of those who were transformed into beasts, their ether dissolved into nothingness, their souls forever lost. Yet I dare say Fandaniel still wanders the ethereal sea, as do ancients who gave rise to Zodiark, setting in motion so many cataclysmic events. There is a justice or morality at work that governs our fates. I do not know it, nor do I think any man ever will. I now understand why these facilities are so heavily guarded. If it fell into the wrong hands, the wisdom of Hydaelyn could be dangerous, 'tis true. However, that danger is not compared to what would result should the common folk en masse venture into the ethereal sea unprepared, which they most certainly would if they thought it would allow them to speak to the dead. Once that secret got out, no rational argument could dissuade people from wanting to see their loved ones, no matter how ephemeral the meeting. We do know of this from, some role quests that we did. People do like that concept. If Hydaelyn be unwilling or unable to divulge Meteion's location, I shall see our comrades delivered to the moon, one and all. I pray, however, that this eventuality doth not come to pass. Well, even a sliver of hope remaineth, we must needs fight on. Once you are below, you should proceed through the IKEA-scope to the central observatory. That is where the objective lens is located. We can manipulate it to direct an ethereal current deeper into the sea. Though I shall assist you in every way possible, this is your journey to make. When you are ready, I bid you step forth. I hope to guide you via link pearl while you're inside, but given the density of the ether, I'm not sure how long the connection will hold. Even if you can't hear me, however, be assured that I'm watching over you. Well. Before this happens, I'm going to step away for another break. Which of course means... I mean, we are going to see a bunch of ghosts, so why don't we also see a ghost? A little bit. In a funny little mini-game.
Just for you. Inflate himself, just like a balloon. This silly Kong just digs this tune. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. DK, Donkey Kong is here. He's back again, and about time too, and this time, he's in the mood. He can fly real high, with his jetpack on, with his pistols out, he's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile, when he plays his tune, but Kremlings beware, cause he's after you. Huh? DK, Donkey Kong. Huh? Finally, he's here for you, it's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny, can make a Kremling cry out for mummy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease, makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one heck of a guy. Come on Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Aw yeah. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Aw yeah.
Hello. The backing track for that is the DK rap minus lyrics sped up to the exact amount of time that it takes for Calico to finish saying that. So it gets desynced. And also it's just very silly to have it there, was my thought. Like I timed Calico's voice there and then sped it up so that the duration of the instrumental DK rap was exactly the same time, I think. Anyway, back to everything happening so much. Hello. It was mentioned that we should bring Urianger.
Our fates are not yet. Our fates are
Alf?
not yet sealed.
And then
I stand
Right
ever
then.
ready.
I don't know, why not? We could have
Victory will be ours.
we could have double black mage. That seems like it's funny, actually. Though honestly, I feel like Y'shtola would have some difficulty in this dungeon because it's made out of ether and that's what she sees, and she won't be able to see anything because it's all ether the whole time. So I feel like it's rude to put Y'shtola into this party, honestly. But also I haven't been using her much because I keep finding reasons that I think it's rude to put Y'shtola into the dungeon party for some reason or something like that. Or like using other people. Yeah, like I didn't want to make her fight the Terminus Beast because she wouldn't be able to see them. So is it rude to not include Y'shtola? Or is it rude to include Y'shtola? That's the question. I'll just use this party. It's probably fine. Squares? Cube? I guess this is cat party, you're right. I only sort of thought about that. Rectangle? The ding is kind of funny somehow. 3 cats in Urianger. Mine ears are also pointed like those of a feline. One or more party members are new to this duty. Is it Graha? Who could it be?
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
I will, as always, be doing small single pulls to experience the dungeon slowly with the party of NPCs and whatnot. And they're all focusing down one of the 2 enemies that I'm fighting that I'm not fighting, but that's fine. Probably. Yeah. I think the intent is that they're like following behind the ones that you choose, mostly. Oh yeah, I do have my full, I am level 90, you're right. Sinking cynicism. Sinking arrogance. Hey. Get back here. Yeah, the model for this type of ghost enemy has always been kind of weirdly cute. Despite that it's used for like evil soul of malcontent, malice, and malware. So far, this is very Charlian. You can see a resemblance to like the anti-tower in the library and stuff, and how this architecture is. Oh, sinking rivalry. I don't think I know this model. It looks vaguely Nier-esque, but I don't think they probably don't reuse any Nier models anywhere. It'd be funny if they did, though. Oh, is it? Skeleton of the Governor? I can see that. Different model, though. You know, I wonder if that can be interrupted or stunned, actually. Could be. I didn't try to... I always forget to stun enemies. I can see mini rectangle down there. Golden. Nobody has said anything in this dungeon yet, by the way. Oh. Hey, Ilberd. You know, I forgot to consider that you'd be here. Sloppy! Oh, near enemies do get used in Garlemald? That's funny. Ilberd was not someone I considered, but it makes a lot of sense that Ilberd is here. Oh, you are all casting existential dread. In a rush of familiar wisdom, the memory of a principled scion takes form. Papalimo! And that's Suptimati or whatever. Art thou still with us, Papalimo? Now doth word suffice, says Urianger. Wow. Tupsimati. Yeah, I was close. Hey, this dungeon's good. Alright, what sort of villainous soul is the first one to be a boss fight? Oh. You cannot take this from me! Never will I surrender my devotion, my love! Stained by the blood of our comrades. Urianger has the most... Why are you casting spells with the soup stuff? I'm at soup! That's not... That's kind of like a Papalimo voice. Livia, also someone I did not consider, but it makes sense. Urianger is the only party member who has spoken so far. I do like having my entire set of swords. That's nice to have. The funny thing about I'm at soup is that I think that Lys would be the one who's at soup and Papalimo would be the one who's frustrated. Despite me saying that in a Papalimo-esque voice. Oh. I should be just standing next to a party member probably sometimes. Yeah, that's a Livia move. Not again, never again will I yield to you. Imagine being so mad that you died and then someone, the person who kills you, shows up in the afterlife to kill you again.
may.
Also, being stronger when you're dead than when you were alive, that's true too. Yeah, and also, like, they didn't show up to kill you. You just interrupted them while they were there for unrelated reasons. That's true. Bear my pain into my enemy's breast, Aglaya, she says. I don't know what that means. Not the sort of Aglaya that's a raid later, either. That's a different one. Okay. Oh yeah, she does.
Make ready.
Urianger, you ran directly into that. I guess Aglaya must be one of her weapons. Right, okay, I see now. The arms glow to indicate where the attack is going.
I will not hold back.
We'll get to the Endwalker Alliance raids later. My Lord Gaius, release thy passions for thine own sake.
Ether. It will guide you.
No, Kryl, I have to take the treasure first. Were you suggesting Urianger be here because he's the only one saying anything? Or is that coincidental? Whoop.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Whoa. Abyssal Plane. This is reminiscent of Memoria in Final Fantasy IX. A little bit. This is really cool looking, though. Desire and Dissension. I like the phrase, yeah, I love the depths of the underworld. Oh yeah, I should take a screenshot here. Maybe I'll go into Explorer mode afterwards. Actually. I love the description, I love the sentence, I love the depths of the underworld out of context. Is what I was trying to say there. Oh, did he use death? Does he always use that when he says that line? Another golden soul, or two. Partiality. Moonbreeda's axe. And a rush of familiar affection, the memory of a valiant Archon takes form. Thou ever granted me the strength to move forward, says Urianger. I figured that Moonbreeda would probably be a reason. Yeah. In a rush of familiar delight, the memory of a kind-hearted knight takes form. The heraldry of House Fortom. Damage up, vulnerability down. Thank you, Harshavant. You can get Moonbreeda's axe, by the way. Did you know this? It's not even that difficult to get, I don't think. You saying that makes me realize there must be people who run past Harshavant because they're just that in a hurry. And I feel like they shouldn't do that. I think Moonbreeda's axe is called like the Dual Hakan or something like that. And I think you could get it from Mordona. The first comment on the Lodestone page of it is just someone saying Moonbreeda ... I think. And then there's some people complaining about the stat distribution of it or something, probably. Unless that was something else. Haken. I'll have to go look at that. I forget exactly how you get it, what you need to trade for it. I think the idea of running past Harshiphant is the crime. Who is the second really angry person? Ah, they're so mad that they made a square. Who could it be? Huh. Clinging to his orders even beyond death. Ratatin the Unshakable. Oh, I didn't even realize. Yeah, Aetheris items.
The top 3 comments of the dual Hagen are, Moonbrita, you don't need this much accuracy. And switch parry for crit.
Oh, I was correct then. People in the past were very particular about the stats of their weapons when it mattered relatively more probably. Also accuracy on weapons. I didn't expect that we'd be fighting 2 of the Realm Reborn Garlean bosses. As my life belonged to the Empire, in death I shall serve, says Ratatin. No, Gaius and Nero are alive. That's the joke, but, you know. I will fulfill my duty ere I rest. I must. You will fall to Tartarus. Sorry, what do I do here? I don't know what the heck this means. Oh, there is a... I didn't realize there was a hole. Okay. The designs of the bosses here are very cool. Crumble before me. No. What if I don't? Tartarian Spark was the name of that move. You know, I can think of so many bosses that might show up here, but we don't have room for like a ton of them. So I don't know who it could be because there's too many options and too little boss fights. Ah. You are combining the abilities now. I didn't realize there was more than 2 crystals. That's fair. Whoop. Almost left the safety zone early there. Oops.
Make ready.
It could be that it's a unique skeleton, right? Like, it's not impossible for that to be the case, right? Together we shall over be gone. Lord Van Baelsar, again I fail you. Lay down your arms, said Graha. Oh, this might be even more surreal looking. Yep, little bit. Such a warm glow. Impatience. It'd be very funny if the enemy labeled sinking impatience specifically punished you for trying to pull too many enemies here. Which would not be how dungeons are designed these days, but it is the first thing that I thought of. One of the first things that I thought of, other than like the few vocal, very rude people that exist that play this game that I've heard tell of, but not seen very commonly. I think Urianger just spun around in place a little bit. What's the weather in here? Clear, fair skies, if you say so. I feel like this is a dungeon that could have a unique weather. I knew we would meet here, said Y'shtola. I don't know who she's talking. I guess the other characters are intuiting who's making the path. Whereas I don't know yet. I'm sure we'll learn in a second. I would argue that Sucro is the one who forges the path through the Scions more often than not. Sucro's not dead though. Which is good, because I'd be very sad if she were. But judging by your comment, I guess it's probably Minfilia. I don't think you needed to, like, hint at it, really. Oh yeah, Minfilia's spirit. Hello. Oh, thanks, Minfilia, for being our guide. Bankard definitely has something to say if he's here then, huh? I know y'all are excited, but be careful about the spoilers and stuff, even if it's spoiling the very near future. I do appreciate that you're excited to see me, like, see stuff, though.
Make ready.
Oh, right, I could have eggplant, I guess.
Make ready.
I just noticed that Y'shtola casting Blizzard 4 of the 7th Dawn, the name of the spell is so long that it covers up her entire name on the party list. That's kind of funny. Sinking Regret. Yeah, now, of all the enemies to reuse, I know this one. This is the Necromancer from Palace of the Dead and Tactics Ogre. Given that this is the Ethereal Sea and he die, it could literally be him, for all I know. Which would be pretty funny. What a model to choose to reuse for like a mini boss here. Alright, who's at the end? Is it like La Brea or something? That'd be weird. Mapping the realm. Let's see, who... Actually, I don't think it would be any of the Asians, even though there's extreme purple here. Pope? Nidhogg? Neither of those things. Van Daniel, we did hear that you might be here, I guess. Yep, it's Ammon.
Is as far as you go.
That makes sense.
Oblivion beckons.
Sundered Soul, Ammon the Undying. I love that the hat is still there. Something I really like about this boss design too is that he looks so much like a Final Fantasy end boss right now. Just like big floating, very wide, like big claw hands. This is like at least one category of Final Fantasy final boss. Nobody in the party has anything to say about this. Oh, you have wallowed long enough, says Graha.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far.
I like the design, but I have no love for the man himself. I assume that you meant you also like the design.
You will persist in this
Yeah.
way no longer.
Yeah, also that's true, Kirby. What does that mean, man?
The stage is set.
Okay.
Make ready.
What's that mean? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Right Firaga Forte. Wait, Firaga? That's not the naming scheme we use in this game. What are you doing, man? Hey. What do you mean, Firaga? Oh, the Alligans use that?
Rise for the main attraction.
Ah, I see why people were saying that. There. Curtain call. Oh no, it's time for rhythm games. A bracing wind leaps from the pages of memory. Oh. Oh, Zell as Shiva, thanks. Oh, and now we hide behind the ice just like in the Crystal Tower boss fight, but the ice is from Zell.
What a boorish audience you are.
That's really cool.
Hold still.
Thanks, Azael.
Away with you.
I admit I don't understand how this one works exactly. As of right now.
Make ready.
Oh, really? Okay. Also, Ammon the Undying here, functioning in this way where, like, he doesn't move and you don't, like, flank or anything, makes him feel more like a trial boss, like Zodiark or, like, Sephiroth, which is very appropriate considering that he was Zodiark, and I like that extra touch. That feels like something that was probably intentional in the design. Dark Forte.
Together we shall overcome this.
Man, Endwalker's dungeons are all really good, huh?
Something special for you.
I don't think I'd ever heard Graha's limit break line before, which I assume that was. As he tried to use it. There we go. Graha moved like 1 inch. 1 centimeter. Oh, I didn't even notice the attack name. Something special for you. Something special for you.
Lies. All lies.
Hey, die already. Like, die twice or something.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies.
Oh, that doesn't seem like dying. That seems like the opposite of it. This is the only victory screen where your weapons are drawn in the whole game so far. Anyway. I already have it. Aw, man. Oh, I got the same thing I got automatically for winning. That's funny. Yeah. Zell, he's not gone. Life is a struggle, but its worth is no lie. Such was the strength of her faith in us. Some things can't be washed away. I sense yet a presence. This is becoming tiresome. That's such a Y'shtola thing to say when, like, Fandaniel isn't dead after dying and you have to fight him again. She's just like, I'm tired of this guy. Get out of here, Ammon. Also, it'll be really funny if Ammon just, like, falls back down after jumping up really high. I guess he's doing that. I used jump! That was funny. I was right. Oh, hey. Speaking of Circus Tower, here's the more specific Ammon.
Very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Oh, shut up. Yeah, exactly. I stare at you grumpily.
Leave this to her.
Let Sucro hit Ammon with sword.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
You would know about bad comedy, Ammon. Have you any memories of Medion, or do you recall your days as Hermes? Does the name Hermes mean anything to you?
How would you know that name?
It's a long story. Actually, I guess it's not that long of a story.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With them at Suck. The final piece.
I like the crystal in the background that was like rising. The crystal in the background, like the largest one to the left, looks kind of like a middle finger. So it kind of looked like a middle finger was slowly emerging from the background to make a rude gesture at Ammon as he was dying.
In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories.
Imagining Ammon with a broken Silent Hill Shattered Memories disc. Specifically for some reason.
The fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos.
Gasp.
Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly.
Emet-Selch just drifts by in the background and yells, "Yes! And also I hate you!"
But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair.
Uh-huh.
And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth.
Uh-huh.
I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world, his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey...
Why this music here?
So I ask you, why live at all?
Because it's the journey that matters, etc.
We betray. We torment. We murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception.
There's plenty of exceptions.
If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning.
Can you just die? You've already given this speech like twice, probably.
I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution.
No. Hit with sword.
Truth. My answer to the question. And yet...
His answer to the question, as in like Hermes' question, I guess.
I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way?
I'm not going to feel pity for you, Fandaniel.
After all these years.
You crossed the line a bit too far for me to do that. Hermes, maybe. Fandaniel and Ammon, no.
Is this?
You are not entirely the same person. Even if the game is saying that you are.
Lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last.
I think I should know this voice.
Still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns.
I should recognize who this is.
Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Asahi?
Oh. You know, that makes
How
sense.
very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
Unexpected, but you know, you would have,
Nor
that would
have I
make
come
sense.
to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist.
There's something funny about the purple mystery orb of the voice that I felt like I should recognize suddenly poofing into exactly Asahi with no differences. I guess it would make sense.
Made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus.
Okay, sure.
Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I'll do what must be done, ... Next time we will find the answer together. You know what? You get a ... Sorry. I got nothing to say to you. Enjoy Turbo Hell.
Don't try to follow me.
Why would I do that?
More of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Why would I follow you?
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
Thank you, Alphino.
You had better hope not.
I'm glad we weren't expected to be, like, sympathetic to them, exactly. Anyway, Hydaelyn. Anyone see Hydaelyn around here anywhere? I think Hydaelyn's over that way.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
I just noticed the acoustics in the Ethereal Sea. Everything is echoing. If there were a weather indicator here, surely it would be different at this point. This feels... First of all, this feels like a trial arena. Secondly, it feels vaguely reminiscent of one of the Omega ones, but not really.
I welcome you.
Hey, what's up? Oh, yeah, you're definitely a trial boss. Hello. I thought so. You look different. Or we meet again, Vana. Hey, Vana. She does look like a mono art, that's true.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
Why do you sound menacing? Nod. However, she also looks mostly nude, so I can't say I love the design.
Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths.
I mean, I guess it's ambiguous in a way that it's not really clothing or not clothing, but still.
The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught.
Mm-hmm.
Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
That's fine. There's always a mechanic to, like, cancel the doom stack. It's not a big deal. Just have to, like, stand on a platform or get healed full HP or something.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it.
It's slightly funny whenever there's, like, an actual sound effect of the determined emote in cutscenes.
Is what I might have said once.
You know, the...
After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
She just said we had two choices, technically. I think.
Far from it, my child.
Gasp.
Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes.
Mm-hmm.
Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never
Ariane
be
J
cast
thinking.
out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer, and in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee.
It was you, way long ago, who said that nothing is impossible, Vana.
Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest.
There is something funny about the thing Heidelin mentions about Urianger being how he's been forced to keep secrets like 7 times. I only sort of remember something that Heidelin said on the ship.
In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched.
There is also something kind of funny about what Heidelin has to say to Y'shtola being, man, you really want to learn stuff, huh? That's pretty cool.
The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse.
Times are converging, and once you're ready, truly ready, come meet me to fulfill a promise. Okay.
And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way,
I think that might be a good thumbnail, actually.
to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey.
It's vague enough and yet meaningful enough to those who know.
You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high.
I think when Dawn Trail does release and I start streaming that, I think I'll just have the thumbnail be like key art for Dawn Trail every time, like when I was posting videos of recently released games so as not to spoil things.
Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Hold on, I need to check the dialogue. Yeah, we've known despair, and yet we continue. That's true.
Then there is a means to confront her.
You must hit her with a sword. Oh, I'm real good at that, actually.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
You have to fight me now.
Hark!
Because there have to be 3 trials. Hey, look, it's Vanna's sword, but like up to scale.
Mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this.
Oh, you can get Vanna's sword? That's cool.
Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself?
I'll do my best.
Should you lack
God,
the
this
strength
super
to
battle
face the
theme
supreme
version of
deity,
answers.
I cannot allow you to make the journey.
Yeah, Marshall version. Yeah.
Leave this star and never return.
Oh, this is called Your Answers. That's good.
Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Thank you, Estinian. But you can't participate in the trial unless you're an NPC in the background. God, if only there was duty support. This would be the best time for that for a trial.
Too far to back down.
It's gonna be so weird that they're not gonna be there unless they're an aspect of the fight that's separate from the fight itself.
Same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The 3 of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day.
The last line is real good there.
Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Heidelin's like, I did not ask you for your quips.
For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
I'm not asking for your strength of quippage. I'm asking for your strength of arms and your strength of will.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
What was the question again? I have a real bad short-term memory. Sorry. Or is it long-term memory? If there's technically been a lot of the mother crystal is now accessible. During this quest and when using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of scions. Oh. Well, hey. Well, that's really cool. Hell yes. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Additionally, you may now enter the you may also do the trust thing, but you know. Well, dang. You know what? I was also wondering why there wasn't a mysterious rabbit standing around waiting for me. Now hold on. Hold on. This will not be the thumbnail, because this is hella spoilers. But also, I need to take a screenshot of this. I don't remember that, but I can see why. Also, when someone said this was the Marshall version of Answers, I will say that something that both that and like my general thought process brought to mind. This is Fire Emblem endgame map. You are in a battle version of the theme that would be playing in the map. You could have if there were a Final Fantasy Fire Emblem, Final Fantasy XIV emblem type of game, they could have answers in the final map, and then this would play when it switches to the battle scene. That's what this song is to me. And with that, on that note, I'll be right back again, because I feel like I need to like take in what just happened and make sure I'm mentally prepared. No gambling this time. This is not the time for gambling. The fate of the star is at stake. Oh, that's really cool. That they all have unique behaviors for this. I'm gonna call this now. Here's a prediction, not for this game's plot itself, but for one of the fan fests upcoming for Dawn Trail. This is precedent for them implementing duty support for other trials in the game. They've caught up with dungeons. They're gonna start adding it retroactively for old trials and reworking some of them. That's my prediction, and they will announce this at some point. Probably. At least I certainly hope they do that. I would like that a lot if they did that. I guess it would mean it loses its...
Karma is playing Just Bread.
Just Bread? What does that mean? Shoutouts to Karma, though. I guess this would lose its impact a bit. That's true. But speaking of the impact of this, I want to show you this GIF that represents my mental state right now. Because I'm going like a little bit in my brain. Anyway. Here we are! Time to talk to everybody first. Hey, what's up? They should let you talk to Heidelin here. That would be very funny. Small talk. Emmett Selk called us incomplete, pitiful creatures, he said. Maybe we are. Pain, grief, fear. They walk with us wherever we go. But we proved to him that we deserve to live, and we'll prove it to Heidelin, Medion, to the universe itself if we must. Should we bring our singular talents to bear as one, even gods may fall. Nevertheless, I prithee throw thyself not into peril, lest our curative resources be spent. But throwing myself into peril is my job. Okay, I will say that I was like 90% sure there was a Heidelin fight. I didn't know about the context and this part of it. Thancred, I'm trying to talk to you. Pain and despair, aye, we're old friends. I've lost count of the times I've cursed my own powerlessness. But it's the blessed moments in between that I choose to hold in my heart. Memories and possibilities, I fight to keep those things alive. Minfilia and Reen, to say nothing of you lot, I know, would never settle for less. From the ruins of a sundered paradise did she rise to grant their star new life. As its will, long as she labored to guide her children. Make no mistake, this trial puts to proof Heidelin's own faith. If strength is the courage to confront your failings and accept that you are worthy of another chance, to rise from the ashes while the fire still burns, bloodied but unbowed, then my friends have made me strong. God, the dialogue is good in this game. What, surprised to hear me and love mentioned in the same breath, and Estinian is still being Estinian. I've not a heart of stone. Even in my darkest hour, there were people I cared for. Mentors, comrades, that mad woman who gave her life for us. Then you and Alphino threw my eyes off a bridge, and I've never known peace. Estinian, you're great. It is interesting that he says my eyes, but it's also way funnier that he says that. He named his armor Iceheart? Never, in the past, present, or future, have I found only happiness. To live is to be ever beset by hardships great and small. Yet it is in adversity we find the strength to strive for the next moment of peace, and the next, no matter what trials we face. By this strength have the will of gods been defied and the fortunes of men been forever changed. May it be so again this day. That is funny if you don't. I wish you could talk to Heidel in here and she'd be like, what are you doing? It's fight time. Form a party and face Heidelin! Everybody! We've got Paladin Sucro, Gunbreaker Thancred, Sage Alphino, Astrologian Uriage, All-Rounder Graha, Dragoon Istinian, Sorceress Jistola, and Red Mage Alize. I'm guessing some of these can be... something here can be switched around, probably. Oh, Uriage can be DPS. That's funny.
I stand ever ready. Our fates are not yet sealed.
But I don't know how to force him into that. Oh, Graha can be tank.
I stand ever ready.
I was misreading the icons. So you'd have to be a healer for Uriage to be DPS.
Our fates are not yet sealed. Our fates are not yet sealed.
I still think Alf is very funny for some reason. Yeah, Lithomancer. There we are. That's funny. Graha only had a red icon. Or Graha only had red-blue, rather. Interestingly, I think red-blue would probably be a decent guess at Graha's Magic the Gathering mana colors, now that I've said that. Anyway. He could be like all of them, for all I know. Yeah, Alphino's only green. Exarch adds white. Yeah, that makes sense. The Mother Crystal. Full party! Seeing that in a duty support with the Scions. Like, even that small detail. Hey, I think we know where this is, actually. I don't know what the question marks are for. Divine Light, Heidelin.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
All right, I'll do my best. God, just seeing the party in basic, like, trial. I wish they had portraits. Wait, what do I have two of? Willful, burning for battle, sustaining most damage that would normally result in KO will instead ignite the will to live. In this duty, your indomitable strength of will, something something. Allows you to withstand incapacitating damage a certain number of times. Is that specifically for the duty support reason? If I undo tank stance... Okay, I was wondering if Thancred would toggle tank stance when I toggled tank stance away or something. Well... Here we go, team!
Strength of will to alter man's fate. A change of arms. May the test continue. We're near or far.
You've got dancer mode again. Hey, you have the same... Wait, this means nobody stand here. Wait, or does that mean two people stand there? I don't remember what that the red stack marker is. To be fair to Heidelin, this isn't working after 5 seconds, and then changing to something else is very me. I get it. Oh, that means gather tank buster. That makes sense, actually. I got Vuln stacks, and I don't know why. Halfino, get back! What? Oh, I think I'm supposed to be learning more about what's going on than I am. How am I supposed to know that? Is there a way to know that? I mean, I guess they moved away. Justinian didn't. Okay, what does blue mean then? I guess that means everyone move away. Oh, that means that's okay. Blue is the cross then.
Crystals of light to me.
Well, what is she planning? Says Graha. Such a high concentration of ether, the elements in perfect alignment. Oh. Well.
Here.
Uh-huh. And
The song of
oh no.
creation's end. Feel.
Yeah, I should probably follow the squad on this one here.
Hope's demise. Sing. And find your way in the darkness.
The Eden boss that randomly killed me had a similar indicator, but it also made me fall off the edge, so I was very worried. It was, why are we going over there? It was, Evil Thancred.
Away with you.
You know the one, maybe. I forgot the name. Fatebreaker? Something like that.
Follow your light.
We're like follow Alphino, I guess.
Fly, my children, and never look back.
Brace yourselves. Ung, ag, ah, it'll take more than that.
But this test is far.
Oh, we have a level 3 limit break.
By crystal's light.
Hello, Red Mage level 3.
Make ready.
Green, far away.
Light unyielding.
I have you.
Refulgence eternal.
Watch where it splits, Alize, says Justinian. Way ahead of you. Interesting. I guess I did that correctly by accident. And then I intuited that that was the raid wide, so I used a thing on it.
Make ready.
Light of the crystals empowering Heidelin. Red, close. Oh. tank stack.
I may.
We're high or low.
Ah, I got hit by that apparently. Blue cross, right. Took me a second.
Prepare yourself.
I guess I'll go over here.
Succumb not to fear.
Oh. Not good, says this said. I don't think most of them were caught in that passage of arms at all. The flood of light thing is kind of funny here to be using. Oh no. Is this supposed to happen?
Light unyielding. Try and stop me. Only your destiny.
It might not be fine. It might not be fine. It might be bad, actually. It'd be funny if I lost due to things that were completely not my fault. And by it would be funny, I mean...
We're near or far.
Hey. Y'all? 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 Clemency is not enough, I'm afraid. Heidelin? My friends might have forgot how to play the video game. I'm sorry. Heidelin? 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 Well, I guess the universe is doomed. Check the weather. Polarization. Okay. Well, we get the echo. Maybe it's clearly it's intended for us to die so that we get the echo and it's, you know, story reason.
To alter man's fate.
You know, clearly this was supposed to happen and it's a cinematic experience.
Change of arms. May the test continue.
Oh, that is this. Is that the same weather of Zodiac? That's interesting. Red is close. I forgot. I remembered that too late. And now this is a funny thing to say when you're doing an attack. Honestly. I didn't mean to do Passage of Arms.
You now, light unyielding.
You cannot stop us.
There's probably at least one person who's very loud and mad on the internet who thinks that the game is utter trash because the Scions can fail in this fight. Right.
I have you now. I will not hold back.
My turn. You're mine.
The solo duty against Venat taught me that it's okay to use the difficulty selects.
I will not hold back.
And also, there was one dancer attack that she used that was kind of similar to something she did in the duty support, but that's it, I think.
I will not hold back.
Cross.
By blade. Crystals of light, to me.
All right, what are you all going after first? Fire.
Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness.
Stop us.
By the light we shall, says, I think Alphino or Alize?
If I may.
Alphino said that. They were at the same spot. It was a little bit difficult to tell who was saying that until I looked at the text box. Wait, what? Hey, don't touch the edge or you die instantly and the whole fight resets. I guess. Okay. Walk to the edge, but not too much to the edge. We might be here for a while, folks. Is it instant death in this part as well? I assume so. It's really not indicated that that is the case. If I had to make a small criticism of this fight, it would be that. Well, at least we get more of the echo, and I get like extra chances to die instantly. Except for that one. Yeah, it looks like an invisible wall. And I somehow managed to never run into it before.
And now this.
unyielding.
You're mine!
Gloves are off. By blade!
I have you.
Light unyielding.
You now.
Try and stop me.
By blade! Crystals of light, to me.
So are they gonna go after the same one first this time? Are they all going to go for fire immediately again? Yes.
Here.
You're mine.
The song of creation's end.
But not too close to the edge.
Feel.
You cannot stop us.
The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness.
You know, I am actually doing the thing that we said might help during the Vanoth fight and saving my burst here. Because it's not really necessary for this part. So maybe it's supposed to teach you that that works sometimes? I don't know.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved.
All or nothing!
But this test is far from over. By crystal light. With heart and speed.
Red close.
Where near or far.
You underestimate me!
Where high or low.
This is the one thing that she does that resembles something she did in the Vanoth fight. I think. The one. I didn't notice it made the swap sounds.
Prepare yourself. Hold still.
I don't think you need to ask a trial boss to stand still most of the time.
Light unyielding.
NPC, who said that?
Hold still. Prepare yourself.
Whoever said that.
Refulgence eternal.
cross.
By blade!
Together we shall overcome this.
Succumb not to fear!
Could that be a flood of light, said Graha? Not good. I think I got more of them with that this time. Probably. Oh, that's called echoes. That's maybe something. Oh, jeez.
You cannot stop us!
All right, now don't everybody stand in this time. Everyone stood in it this time. Is this fundamentally broken and impossible? Or... Oh, right, red is close.
Not here.
My turn.
They do, like, stand up after a bit. Hey, what's up? I've got invincibility. Not here, not like this, etc. Mm-hmm. I have 4 chances to survive.
Light unyielding.
Oh. Well, there's one. Nope. I lose again. Mm-hmm.
By blade!
Oh, I didn't even notice you were doing that. That's my own fault that time. I think I tripped into the wave. Well. This fight is still really cool, but the Scions are really beefing it, I gotta say.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
I don't know why they're beefing it so much. Maybe Heidelin saying this doesn't work and switching to Dancer is a hint. And I should stop trying to tank this. That'd be really funny if that worked.
I will not hold back. I have you now.
Considering...
You cannot stop us.
Oh, right, that's... I keep forgetting red is close for some reason. Oh, I know I'm not saying that I'm doing badly. I'm saying that maybe their AI will be better if I'm not the tank somehow. That's the sort of variable we have to consider now. If anyone wants to look up if they actually messed up the AI in this fight somehow, be my guest. Like if an update accidentally changed something. I just said accidentally. Cross.
By blade.
You're mine.
What I am learning from this fight is that you probably shouldn't invite the Science to a surfing trip. Also Urianger and Alphanod must hate this.
Graha probably also hates it, considering it's the Flood of Light, which destroyed, like, a world that he was trying to, like, make sure was not destroyed.
Mitre.
Cross.
By blade.
You're mine.
Crystals of light. To me.
We're getting to this part at different spots in my rotation, which is interesting, I guess. I think I remembered where fire was somehow.
Here.
Yeah, the echo is empowering me. That's probably why.
The song of creation's end. Feel.
Prepare yourself.
The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness.
Justola!
Prepare yourself.
Running directly at me with a...
If I may?
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved.
Try and stop me.
Away with you!
But this test is far from over.
By crystal's light.
Right is close.
Where near or far.
I remember that time.
You will rue the day you cross my path. I will not hold back.
Hey, Shola used the limit break this time.
You're mine.
Where high or low. I have you now.
You underestimate me.
I don't usually have Divine Veil on cooldown. Or off cooldown when I get there.
Light unyielding.
Yeah, if anyone was complaining, it would be on Reddit. That is what Reddit does. That's true. I do have Divine Veil now. I could try. Someone complained that the gear didn't look cool enough. That's silly. Alize! Alize!
Succumb not to fear. I will not hold back.
Many people are weird and they're very loud and they go to Reddit. Is, I think, something I've learned about the community of this game. Maybe they were running into the thing because they were trying to attack Hydaelyn, because now they're being smarter suddenly. Now they're avoiding the death tsunamis.
Light unyielding.
There we go. I think it might have been because of where Hydaelyn was on the map. Maybe my positioning. So maybe it was some weirdness with that. But that would still mean they have a weird priority.
Man has the strength to.
I wouldn't say it's my fault. I'm not saying that it's my fault, but I am saying that it is possible that Scions adjust. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could have positioned the boss better, but I thought I was doing fine. I hope that'll suffice. I trust you're still in one piece. I never thought we'd end up fighting Hydaelyn herself. It would appear we have proven equal to the challenge. All in a day's work. A battle that would go down in history were there anyone but us to tell the tale. And Y'shtola refuses to display her line of dialogue. And so it ends. There it is. She says, shrugging. Yeah, I don't feel like it's... I don't feel like I did anything different when we did it successfully, is the thing, I guess. Anyway, that was really cool, even though it took like an hour or 2 hours or so. I don't know how long that took. It was like probably at least an hour, maybe not an hour.
No, this can't be happening.
I mean, what did you expect? We fought Hydaelyn. I mean, maybe this is not a... There's probably some reasoning for this.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
You know, you could, given the aesthetic of some Imperial weapons, you could have killed God with a chainsaw here. Just like Saga 1. What did she say on the balcony again? Sorry.
There is one thing I must ask.
Couldn't return to the star until she knew humanity no longer needed her help. Right.
By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis.
Was that your plan?
Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
Nope, did it as a prank.
It is as thou sayest.
Oh.
'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought.
Hey, this is the distant version of Answers that was playing during, like, the Rising. So people who had played Endwalker and were going to the Rising event may have associated that with the death of God, which is funny,
When
I
confronted
think.
with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you.
Behold, the Ultra Crystal.
Contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars.
Oh. Okay.
Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Put it in my pocket. Hey, why did you make the Loporrits funny,
Though they may be
Rabbit?
capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse.
I think she knew we were adults already. I think she knows how age works, probably.
And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Are you suggesting that you fuel our spaceship so that we can go kill Meteion?
Of course.
Yes, my child.
Prelude.
Ever since I became the will of the
It's
star,
here.
the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized.
Oh, literally the mother crystal, not like your ether, which is still kind of your ether, but
They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature.
you know, that's a good point. The crystal isn't Heidelin.
The Mother Crystal. Our final hope.
I mean, she's used it as like a speaker, basically. She's been hiding behind it.
I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen.
Heidelin holding the mother crystal like a Spriggan holding a shiny rock, peeking out from behind it.
Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope.
Nod. Nod. Only two
I
nods.
have a gift for thee. Come closer.
Okay. What's up? Hylian gives a thumbs up and then explodes.
Safeguard the future of this star.
Uh-huh.
Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned.
That's kind of true, and also kind of people have been, well, I mean, trying to help people. People are always asking for help. Hey, it's a reprise of this.
Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude,
Heidelin has been watching the streams. I don't know about that one.
thou dost possess the crystal of Azam, yes?
Oh yeah, it's in one of the pockets that I have a billion things in.
As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself.
Realizing now that Sucro has stored literally everything in one of her pockets specifically while never using the other.
I will weave this self-same power into the crystal,
What?
granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless.
What?
Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely.
You're giving me temporary creation magic that I will use in like the finale of the game to win, probably.
As thou hast seen on thy journey through the
Got it.
ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance.
Hmm.
It is not
Wow! Heidelin gave me $20. That is the best use of a donation possible, thank you. Oh no, I missed the line of dialogue. Shoot,
Even
shoot.
from the mind's eye. Look not to the invocation, but
When the way forward is hidden even from the right. Thy hopes and prayers that enable Aslam's invocations give them life. Keep them close. When the way forward is hidden even from the mind's eye, look not to the indication within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. I don't think I processed those lines of dialogue because I was laughing at the $20. That's very good, thank you.
my work is finished.
I didn't process them trying to read them really quickly either.
Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion.
Trust myself before I rely on the ritual.
Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
So basically, here's a super powerful tool that you can use if you need it, but trust yourself before relying on it, right? Basically. We'll figure it out, Vana. Why would I call you Heidelin at this point? Oh, she cry.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure.
You
Long after I have gone,
are a cat.
not even my soul remaineth. My love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
The Song of Hope motif. Oh, and it's the Song of Hope because of the Song of Oblivion. And the hope is the other thing that we're... Yeah. Oh. That took a while for me to... I'm here now. Well, we killed God. Far be it from me to refute Heidelin's own words, yet even if her actions were neither kind nor just, we can yet give them a nobler meaning. We can make her faith the salvation of mankind. If Dynamis is ruled by emotion, perhaps prayer has more tangible results than I suspected, albeit ones that are not always obvious to us. In which case, we may hope that Heidelin's wishes continue to move the hearts of men as they set forth time and time again. 'Tis fortunate that Fortuno hath kept Livingway apprised of our progress. We require the Loporrit's aid more than ever. A bit small for a welcoming party, but I've never been one for crowds. I will keep Heidelin's words in my heart, as Talisman and Lodestone both. She's given us all she can. We must share what we know with Father and the Loporrits at once, that it not go to waste. I feel like I would like to at least turn in the quest. Thank goodness, I never would have forgiven myself had any of you come to harm. Sucro, did you meet Heidelin? Pray tell, how is she? Well. That would be funny. I feel like we're going to tell them, right? The music suggests we're going to be sad. I'm glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? Well... let me explain. You mean to say Heidelin is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Medion if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. Nod. Here you go. By the way, we fought Heidelin at level 89. That's not even level 90 yet, which is still funny. It's still funny that this keeps happening. I mean, I was level 90. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars, you're determined to see this through? Nod. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we only have two means to travel the great expanse. The moon and Charlian's Ark. I'm all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. For Heavensward, that was Ravana and Bismarck. That is funny. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. Nod. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. Smile. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Maybe stop the stream for today. Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. Even the game is telling me to stop. That's funny. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day. Ye gods. What gods, Graha? They're all dead. Oh wait, no, the 12 might not be. I guess. Shrug. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then, and perhaps a nap? Nod. It's going to be funny how Dawn Trail is not an escalation of Endwalker, because of course it wouldn't be. Oh no. Taking a nap is literally part of the story. Something from the beginning?
Shadow. End of mankind. Space colony. Chaos control.
Wait.
Shadow the. Prayer. Desperation. Tears. Wish. Insanity. Arkansas P illegible.
Arkansas P illegible.
Supersonic. Vengeance. Maria. Crisis of epic proportions. End of the world. The truth about 50 years ago. The end everything. Sonic Adventure 2, last episode. Wishes are eternal.
Callie sounded like she was choking up a little bit during the word wishes. I don't know if it was 50 years ago, but it was... Yeah. You're right, that is surprisingly relevant. That's pretty funny. The truth about at least 50 years ago. Ah, I've been expecting you. I've heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea? Dizziness? Hauntings? I'll have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know and I shall add it to our records. Shadow the. Sucro, take a nap. Shadow the Mikote. Could be possible. Hey, does this count as an ominous shot of the moon? Is the counter back? What were we up to? Sucro, take a nap. Sucro, have a dream. Sucro, dream of... water? Amorat theme?
There you are.
Yeah?
Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some...
Yeah, we were hearing about memories of old life.
Here we are, drifting along instead. Well,
I was thinking Hythlodaeus, but I wasn't completely sure if this was Hythlodaeus.
To watch and wonder.
Makes sense that we'd see this after Ammon was talking about it.
Yes.
This sort of thing.
To
begin, it could be something else, maybe.
We first must see the end.
Oh, multiple people realizing what this was. Interesting. I don't know what that is. You'll have to remind me about it later when it becomes relevant. Water. Well, I dreamed about water. I don't know what that means. Time to go to space. Fast within your arms. Hey, Tatario. A great many of the helping hands that delivered the adamantite are still here in Charlie, and I, for one, couldn't be happier. Between the ether burner to be refurbished, supplies to be transported, and meals to be prepared, we need all the assistance we can get. Even Lord Amanolane has been doing his part, albeit at a snail's pace. Still, it's the thought that counts, but a bit more effort wouldn't go amiss. A bold decision. Kryl has urgent news. Well, too bad, Kryl. I've been advised by many to stop, and so maybe I should. Hold on, I gotta try. I tried to type /sleep. Hold on, I gotta try and get some sleep without a weird dream in it that I don't understand. Hang on. It's been 6 and almost a half hours. Hang on, y'all. Gotta try dreaming about something that makes sense. So, unless I stream tomorrow, it might not be till next week that we get back to this, because I might want to stream Super Mario Wonder on Friday. Unclear. But we'll find out. Thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you for petting Calico. And, as usual, borealrobin.card with 2rs.co if you would like to look at any links for donation and social media, but it's not necessary. Following and subscribing here, also helpful but not necessary. Thank you for petting Calico. And with all that said and whatnot, thank you again for watching. We are nearing the end of Endwalker, I think. Probably, maybe. Who can say, really? I mean, the level cap can. And, yeah. Well, I guess you could say, because you know more than I do. Have a good rest of your day and or night. And I guess I'll see you all next stream, whatever that is. Good night, everyone. Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it, I suppose. Good night, everyone.